Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
Today, we deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center. We offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/Family Birth Center. Trinity Health, making more possible.
If it's fire damage, Agent Fred Iron. From burnt to unburnt, he does that.
Our history sets us on our path. From the moment we're born, we begin our walk through life. We learn so we can discover. We find our passion and develop our skills. We build relationships. We start thinking about what we're going to leave behind to those we love. Let our legacy help shape yours. First International Bank and Trust. No matter your place in life, we can help you live first.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button.
There you get a look at Jack Brown Stadium in the Buffalo City of Jamestown, and it's our WDA baseball game of the week, dripping with postseason implications. We get set for a double dip today from Jamestown. It's the Legacy Sabres in the Buffalo City to take on the Jamestown Blue Jays. Legacy 16-8 on the season. Jamestown 14-8. We'll get to the WDA standings in just a second, but man alive, a four-way tie at the top of the WDA standings with just a couple games remaining. Lots of things to be settled yet as we close in on WDA tournament time. It'll be in Williston, May 22nd through the 24th. You can catch that right here on the PSP Network. Hi again, baseball fans. Todd Domrey's has the action today on a hot, windy day in Jamestown. Temperature into the 90s. You get a south wind that's going to be blowing in pretty much straight from left field, maybe even some from center field today. Could be a low-scoring contest between these two squads. It's our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Timely services that don't slow you down. 15-minute oil changes. Stay in your car for a drive-through oil change. Locations in Minot and Bismarck. Find them online at VIOC.com. All right, fans, we mentioned those WDA standings, and let's take a look at them. Minot 13-5, Dickinson 13-5, Mandan 13-5, Legacy 13-5. All those teams with one doubleheader remaining, and then Jamestown lurking at 12-6, Williston still in the hunt at 11-7, Century at 10-8, and the ironic thing is you've got a situation where you got a four-way tie at the top, but yet you've got teams that, if they have a bad day here Monday or Tuesday, you could go from a chance to win the regular season title to being in a play-in game. That is how tightly packed the top 6 and 7 teams are in the WDA baseball standings this week. And so you got matchups today. The only game on the docket in the WDA is the one right here on the PSP Network, Legacy at Jamestown. And then tomorrow, you got Minot at Century, Minot North at Bismarck High, St. Mary's at Williston, Sydney at Watford City, and a matchup of teams that are tied at 13-5. Mandan travels to Dickinson. And so you look at that and you say, okay, Minot plays Bismarck High School. Okay, Bismarck High 8th in the standings right now. Minot tied for first. Dickinson and Mandan, both tied for first, are playing. Legacy and Jamestown. So you would say, naturally, Minot has the game that they say, well, they probably could win 2 against Bismarck High School, nothing against the Bismarck Demons. And then the Williston Coyotes are playing St. Mary's, who is 1-17 in the league this year. So the Coyotes, if you'd expect them to win a couple, that makes today and tomorrow very, very, very interesting. We'll bring you more of that bracketology, so to speak, as the day unwinds here on our PSP Network broadcast. Those WDA baseball standings brought to you today by Trusted Tire and Auto. All right, fans, our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show rolls on. We'll come back and dig into the keys of the game. We got the starting lineups, and we'll get you much more information about the action today and tomorrow and upcoming here on the PSP Network as we get ever closer to tournament baseball, postseason baseball here on the network. Man, it's good to be back at Jack Brown Field today. One of the lone remaining grass fields. You got the little agrolime out there. They were working on the clay earlier today. It's just good to be back on grass once in a while. Should be fun today. Two good ball clubs with playoff implications looming. We'll be back with more. The Jays and the Sabres, more of our pregame after this timeout on the PSP Network.
Your bank had your back or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the right community bank can make all the difference. We like to think of a community bank as one that supports its local community. You need to know that whatever your financial future holds, your bank will be there to provide practical support. As a community bank, BNC National Bank will be there for whatever you need in the long haul. Reach out to our team today to learn more about how we're able to help you succeed. Member FDIC.
You've worked hard, saved well, and invested wisely. Whether it's paying for a child's education, taking the family trip you've dreamed of, giving back to the community, or funding a confident retirement, we can help you reach your goals. We are passionate about helping you make smart decisions about your spending and saving so you can feel confident about the future while enjoying life today. Together, we can design a personalized plan that takes into account your short and long-term needs and wants, but is flexible enough to adjust as your life changes.
In times of loss, ServPro brings hope. With expertise in Minot and Bismarck, we don't just restore homes, we rebuild lives.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back to normal knowing there's a team behind you. We're the ones the other side doesn't want you to call. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Bravera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts,
let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account,
to wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals. Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
We're back in our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Timely services that don't slow you down. 15-minute oil changes. Locations in Minot and Bismarck. Find them online at VIOC.com. We mentioned the logjam at the top of the WDA baseball standings, and here's the battle to the end. And here's the matchups that these teams have. You got Minot, Dickinson, Mandan, and Legacy tied at the top, 13-5. One game back is Jamestown right now, and there you see the matchups. Minot at Century, Dickinson at Mandan, Mandan at Dickinson, and, of course, Legacy here at Jamestown, and Jamestown hosting Legacy. So there's the battle to the end in the WDA. It is going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. And, man, you could have a chance to win. Let's just talk about Jamestown for a second. Okay, so they're 12-6. And if they win today, and let's just hypothetically say that Minot splits with Century, and Dickinson and Mandan split, Jamestown could be tied and go into a tiebreaker for the number one overall seed in the tournament. If Jamestown loses to on all likelihood, if Century finds a way to win one game against Minot, Jamestown goes into a play-in game. So you can have a chance to win a title or be in a play-in game. That's how tightly packed this WDA is. It's interesting. And, hey, you want to be playing meaningful baseball in May? Yeah, sign us up right now. All right, fans, let's take a look at your keys to the game today, brought to you by Northern Plains Heating and Air. No other choice to seal your heating and air game than Northern Plains. Call Dylan today, 222-2155. Make sure that AC is performing at the top of its game. New installations, upgrades, and your AC and furnace needs, call Dylan today, 222-2155. Keys to the game, first off, for the Legacy Sabres. Yeah, stay hot. Legacy's been raking the baseball around the field lately, averaging 7 runs a game, got a team batting average of .313. They run the bases with 67 team steals, so that's going to be something that the Jays are going to have to contend with today. And the Sabres were in the black uniforms, so don't stay too hot. Make sure you be hydrated on a 90-plus degree day today from the Buffalo City. And for the Jamestown Blue Jays today, man, keep finding ways to win. You look at the stats for the Jays and you say, they give up 6 runs a game. They score 5.6 runs a game. Team earned run average of 4.47, batting average of .285. All nice numbers, but it's been one of those seasons where the Jays have sometimes played small ball. Sometimes they've had a 7 RBI day like they got out of Ethan Otley against Dickinson for a win. Sometimes it's been big hits. Sometimes it's been clutch things. And, just keep finding ways to win for the Jamestown Blue Jays. There's your Northern Plains Heating and Air keys to the game today. All right, fans, let's take a look at the lineups. First off, for Jamestown, who's out in the field, got Jackson Colpin on the hill today, making his 5th start, 3-1 on the season, leads the team in most categories, 26.1 innings pitched, just 6 earned runs, 1.59 earned run average, a 1.1 whip. Strikeouts to walks, 2.71. And around the infield for Jamestown today, third baseman will be Brenner Weber. Shortstop is Thomas Newman. Second baseman Ethan Otley. Braxton Perkins playing first. Around the outfield, Derek Hadlewick. As first pitch swinging. And a foul ball. Glove down there, the first baseman there, Bennett Gaynor. And so a quick out, Jack Juleson leading off for Legacy. Rifles a line drive, flagged down by Braxton Perkins, the first baseman. And an L3 to start the contest. And it brings up Isaac Lewis today. Colpin pumps a fastball in there for strike 1. Lewis takes a curveball inside. And an early start today. Game time is 4:25 as Lewis did not check his swing. Takes an off-speed pitch for strike 2. And a strike called on the outside corner. Lewis down on strikes. Quick 2 outs here in the first. And it brings up Ben Watson. Got the lineup card late for the Legacy Sabres, so no national anthem today, so we're just kind of rolling on the fly. Colpin misses down low. Yeah, we mentioned the game time of 4:27 today. As Colpin no balls, 1 strike, and a hot shot to short, and 2 line drive outs right to Thomas Newman. He gloves it, and Legacy goes down in order. A 94-degree day, game time temperature today, and the Sabres go down 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, nobody left, and the Jays will be batting in the bottom of the first when we come back on the PSP Network.
learned a lot about why local matters, unlike those guys. We take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
Relax, Spas Etc., Bismarck's #1 hot tub and sauna dealer, brings luxury and wellness straight to your home. Discover top brands, Sundance Hot Tubs, and Michael Phelps Swim Spas that deliver not just relaxation, but real therapeutic benefits. Right now, save up to $5,000 or enjoy up to 72 months interest-free financing. Visit us today at 1420 East Main Avenue in Bismarck and experience the best deals for yourself.
Jackson Colpin sets the Legacy Sabres down in order in the top of the first. And the Jays come up to bat. They'll send up. Shortstop Thomas Newman will be batting leadoff. Jackson Colpin in the 2-hole. Catcher Bennett Gaynor batting third. Cleanup man is Cale Verke today playing center. Brenner Weber playing the hot corner, batting fifth. Ethan Otley batting sixth, playing second base. Braxton Perkins, your first baseman, batting seventh. Derek Hanowick in the 8-hole, playing left field. And your right fielder, Cody Bosch, will be batting ninth for Jamestown as they square off today against Nate Heil. Heil, with a perfect 4-0 record, 27.1 innings pitched, leads the team in strikeouts and earned run average at 1.53. And Heil will deal to Newman. Outside ball one. Southpaw Heil had a great season. 18 runs, 7 earned runs. Pitched in the state championship game last year against Fargo Shanley in relief. Added some velocity in the offseason. Become one of the guys that Coach Eddie Streeter has leaned on here in 2025. He misses up high. Now Newman, the University of Jamestown baseball commit, has a 2 balls, 1 strike count. And a number up the middle. Charging in and making the play is Beasley, but he throws it away. Newman is going to advance to second as an E4 going to be charged against the Legacy Sabres. Newman, quick recognition, dances to second, and immediately Jamestown with a runner in scoring position. And it brings up Jackson Colpin. Newman with a lead off a second, and out of the stretch, Heil with the fastball misses inside. Colpin, the senior, team high batting average of .419 on the season. Leads the team in extra base hits and RBIs. Newman with a lead off a second. Heil comes home, 1 hopper to short, and that is off the glove of Harrison Johnson. And Legacy, a couple miscues on the infield, and just like that, the Jamestown Blue Jays have runners at the corners. Going to be an E6. Colpin will reach on the Harrison Johnson error, and it brings up the catcher today, Bennett Gaynor. So Heil in an early jam. And first pitch swinging toward first, and that's going to be a foul out. Grabbing that one in foul ground was Cole Wick, first baseman today. And Gaynor is retired F3. Runners remain at the corners for the Jays, looking to strike first here in the bottom of the first. BNC Bank bringing you a scoreboard today. Your life's busy. They make managing money easy. Locations in North Dakota and Arizona. Visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. Heil low and away. Cale Verke, .274 batting average on the season, playing center field today. One of the number of sophomores making big contributions for the Jays. Heil trying to get Colpin leaning. Heil a little lackadaisical, taking that ball back from Wick, first baseman. Went over to the third baseman, Cooper Miller. Luckily, Thomas Newman was, his back turned, just kind of casually walking back to the base. Could have been an early unforced error and a run. As runs will be hard to come by today. The wind blowing pretty much straight in. As here's the pitch, and a line shot towards short, and it's under the glove and a base hit. And just like that, an RBI knock for Cale Verke. And the Jamestown Blue Jays on the scoreboard. Let's get your Ryan Family Dealership replay. Heil rocks and fires with runners at the corner, and just out of the reach of Harrison Johnson, couldn't flag it down, and the Jays have an early 1-0 lead. Thomas Newman comes in to score. That's an unearned run. Colpin to second. Verke with an RBI base knock. And it brings up the lefty Brenner Weber. Third baseman today, the lefty-lefty matchup is Heil. Comes home and goes off speed. Swing and a miss there for Weber. Jays strike first, get one on the top of the first. One hit, 2 runs, or excuse me, 1 hit, 2 errors on Legacy. And Weber swings through. Little cut fastball there for Nate Heil. And here's the 0-2. From the belt, Heil will rock and fire, and he catches the inside corner. Strike 3 called. Second out is in the books. Weber goes down looking. And the Jays will bring up Ethan Otley, the second baseman, batting 6th today. Heil looking to limit the damage here with a couple errors and a hit here already in the first. Jays looking to capitalize. And Otley takes strike 1. Riker Zietz behind the plate today for the Legacy Sabres. No ball, 1 strike pitch is inside. Heil dropped down a little bit on that one. Stands on the third base side of the rubber. Heil gets the single, and he will come to the dish, and that's outside. Yeah, Ethan Otley has had some huge hits for Jamestown Blue Jays this year, none bigger than the 7 RBI home run day, 3 hits, and a win over Dickinson earlier this season. And he waves and misses. Pickoff attempt down to first. Zietz fires it down to Wick, and they couldn't get Cale Verke leaning off the base. Two-two delivery, and Otley is late, and Heil bears down and strikes out the last 2 Jamestown hitters. But Jamestown strikes first. They get 1 run on 1 hit. They leave 2. And at the end of 1 complete from Jack Brown Stadium, it is Jamestown 1, Legacy 0. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Carson, how do I become a great football player like you?
Well, practice and having a professional team to answer the call and handle anything you throw their way is also important.
Hey Carson, thanks for teaching crew about community banking at First Western. First Western, you can bank on us.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly...
Jackson Colpin worked a 1-2-3 top of the first. He's out there for his second inning of work. Tall senior, stands 6'4". Comes with the off-speed curveball right in there against Drew Beasley. Beasley 32 at-bats, coming back from playing some NAHL hockey for the Minnesota Wilderness. Batting .375 is Beasley. Colpin misses, and now Beasley out in front of that one, wraps it down the right field line. Colpin goes with the gas, and that's up and away. Beasley had that error in the top of the first, allowed Newman to reach base, two-hopper to the second baseman. We're going to make amends for that on a 2-2 count, and Beasley taps that foul towards first. Of course, Legacy had the unfortunate occurrence of getting a couple of wins taken away. They had swept the Century Patriots before having to forfeit those two games as Colpin misses high and away. Sabres have rebounded since. They won 10-12 since that doubleheader win that was a forfeit, as Beasley fouls that full count pitch from Colpin. Jay's playing Beasley to pull. And here's the 3-2. And that is up and away, and Beasley draws a leadoff walk. Yeah, one thing about the Sabres, if you're the battery today of Colpin and Bennett Gaynor, you are going to have to pay attention to the Sabres on the base pass. 67 steals on the season for Legacy. They get aggressive on the base pass. Not so much Beasley, just one steal for him on the season as Riker Zietz squares the bunt, and he takes it up high. Zietz leading the team in hits, 27, batting average of .422. And he lays down a bunt down the third base line. Good bunt, but it's fielded nicely there by the third baseman, Brenner Weber. Fires it across the diamond to Braxton Perkins, and Zietz on the sack is retired 5-3. That's out number one here in the top of the second. Drew Beasley will advance to second. Legacy playing a little small ball, and they'll bring up Carter Pearson. Pearson's the DH today. Colpin will rock and fire, and Pearson waves and misses at that offering. First runner into scoring position today for Legacy. Again, on a 94-degree afternoon from Jamestown. And that one is down low. Sabres averaging 7 runs a game. Jamestown giving up 6 runs a game. Colpin has been as advertised, though, thus far, and there's a number off of Pearson's foot, so it's going to be strike 2. 159 earned run average, a whip of 1.11, and the best strikeout to walk ratio on the Blue Jays staff. Jackson Colpin, 3-1 on the season, and one of the aces. Going to roll out there today on a big afternoon for the Jays and the Sabres. Colpin looks back to Beasley. Now he comes home with the 1-ball, 2-strike delivery, and just barely getting a piece of that was Carter Pearson. Another one spoiled on a 1-ball, 2-strike count. You can hear that wind whistling in. I just barely have the press box window open. She is catching a lot of wind. Well, Colpin having to work here in the second is Pearson with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Now they look to pick him off. Beasley dives back safely. Newman trying to sneak in behind him on the daylight play. Pearson knocks one towards first. Nice big hop there. Collected and secured by your first baseman, Braxton Perkins. Pearson retired, 3 unassisted. Drew Beasley will advance to third, and with 2 down, that'll bring up Cooper Miller. Miller playing third today. We'll look for a timely 2-out hit for the Sabres. Try to tie this baseball game up. Colpin looking to get out of the inning unscathed after he walked the leadoff man, Drew Beasley. And Miller takes up high. Cooper Miller, 262 batting average on the season, 65 at-bats. 11 RBIs on the season. Curveball fouled back. A lot of construction activity going on here at Jack Brown Stadium as Colpin drops in a curve for strike 2. See out beyond the left field fence. It's tennis courts back in that area. Got a couple new baseball fields being built. Used to be a lot of evergreens on that left field side. First you got the double wall with the vines in right. And a tapper towards third. That's going to be a tough play. Firing across the diamond, and it's a nice play. Brenner Weber with the pick, and he tosses it over to Perkins. Cooper Miller retired 5-3, and the Jays get out of there with no runs scored. No runs, no hits, 1 left, and we've completed 1.5 from Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. 1-0 Jays lead on your BNC Bank scoreboard. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Your bank had your back or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the right community bank can make all the difference. We like to think of a community bank as one that supports its local community. You need to know that whatever your financial future holds, your bank will be there to provide practical support. As a community bank, BNC National Bank will be there for whatever you need in the long haul. Reach out to our team today to learn more about how we're able to help you succeed. Member FDIC.
You've worked hard, saved well, and invested wisely. Whether it's paying for a child's education, taking the family trip you've dreamed of, giving back to the community, or funding a confident retirement, we can help you reach your goals. We are passionate about helping you make smart decisions about your spending and saving so you can feel confident about the future while enjoying life today. Together, we can design a personalized plan that takes into account your short and long-term needs and wants, but is flexible enough to adjust as your life changes.
In times of loss, ServPro brings hope. With expertise in Minot and Bismarck, we don't just restore homes, we rebuild lives.
Nobody thinks about personal injury until it happens. But when injury strikes, so will your bills and the turmoil and everything you'll miss out on. It's a mess and you need someone to help it all make sense. That someone is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We know the territory and the process, and we work smart and hard to get you results. It's easier to get back.
And we head to the bottom of the second. Today's game brought to you in part by Planet Pizza. No pizza like it. Try the Blue Buffalo, the plain cheese. Your mouth and belly will thank you. Call them now at 852-1700. Planet Pizza, serving the Magic City for over 25 years. Nate Heil out there for his second inning of work, and he's facing Braxton Perkins, the first baseman. Fouls off the first pitch that he sees. 4-way tie for first in the WDA. The Blue Jays just one game back. As Heil hits the inside black, strike two. And quickly Perkins into a hole. Braxton Perkins, also the basketball player. Huge 26-point game, a career high against Mandan last year as he lofts the fly towards Juleson and right, and that's going to be trouble. But Ben Watson in the gap will call for it as he was shaded well over towards right. Didn't look like Juleson was going to get that one, but Watson, the center fielder, does. And Perkins flies out to center. That's your first out here in the bottom of the second. Brings up the left fielder, Derek Hadlewick. Derek, the hockey D-man, playing left and batting eighth today. And Heil trying to establish that inside half. Hadlewick brushed off the plate. Heil working quickly, and he pumps in strike one. Levels the count at 1-1. And a fly ball down the right field line. Juleson, will he have room? Yes. You could hear Cole Wick out there letting his man know as Juleson was in foul territory. Hadlewick is retired F9. But the play there was made by Cole Wick, the first baseman, as he was definitely letting Juleson know that he had space down that right field line to indeed flag it down. And now you get the 9-man Cody Bush batting. And he swings through the first offering, looking to turn the order around and get to the top with Thomas Newman. 2 down here in the bottom of the second. Bush will wave and miss at strike two. Bush batting, the sophomore, batting 190 on the season, on-base percentage of .370. Heil with a couple strikeouts in the first inning, and he's got Bush in a hole. No balls, 2 strikes here. And the left-hander will rock and fire. Drops down and misses outside. And the 1-ball, 2-strike delivery. Heil comes up top with the gas, but that was too tall. And of course, you got that short right field porch here. 300 down the right field line. You got the James River lurking in the background. As Heil just misses. A legacy bench looking for that one. Riker Zietz wanting to know where that one was. And he catches the inside corner there. Cody Bush down looking. And the Jays go in order. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We completed 2 from Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. End of 2, it remains. Jays 1, Sabres 0. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center. we offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/Family Birth Center. Trinity Health, making more possible.
That your bank had your back or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the right community bank can make all the difference. We like to think of a community bank as one that supports its local community. You need to know that whatever your financial future holds, your bank will be there to provide practical support. As a community bank, BNC National Bank will be there for whatever you need in the long haul. Reach out to our team today to learn more about how we're able to help you succeed. Member FDIC.
Here we go in the top of the third. Jackson Colpin out there. On the hill facing the 8-hitter, Harrison Johnson, his first at bat today for the Legacy Sabre. He's playing shortstop today, and he lofts a fly ball into center field. And it's going to be dropped. Harrison Johnson wasn't necessarily running that one very hard, as he maybe could have been on second, but that one hit the glove of the center fielder, Cale Verke, and he couldn't come up with it. Looked like it was a lazy fly ball to center field. Johnson on via the E8. So the Sabres, for the second inning in a row, have the leadoff man on. Colpin will be out of the stretch, facing Nate Heil. Lefty will square, fake a bunt. And I get the corners playing in for Jamestown. Perkins was charging hard there, as was the third baseman, Brenner Weber. Heil squares around to bunt, and he bunts it foul. Bennett Gaynor just kind of let that one be in foul territory. And look at the third baseman, Brenner Weber. Looks like he's playing fast pitch softball. Coming in expecting the bunt out of Heil. And he takes strike two. Drops a curve in there, and now Heil, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wonder if Coach Streeter will keep the bunt on here. Heil was swinging away. And now the count is 2-2. Nobody down here in the top of the third. A Legacy for the second inning in a row, the leadoff man on. Heil takes down low again. Now it's a full count. Heil looking to help himself. He's batting .350 on the season, 14 hits and 40 at-bats. And here's the payoff pitch. Runner goes, and it's popped up on the infield. Wynn's got it, however, and it's quickly going to rattle off the restrooms behind the Sabres dugout on the third base line. Harrison Johnson was on the move for the Sabres. Reached on the E8. He'll be off again. Nope, this time he stays. And it's grounded to first, but it's foul. Good glove there by the first baseman. Braxton Perkins flagged it down after he was holding on Harrison Johnson, but he flagged it down foul. And another 3-ball, 2-strike count coming here with nobody out here in the top of the third. Heil with a short fly, and that's trouble. And that is going to land fair. In front of the left fielder for the Jays, Derek Hadlewick, and he couldn't do anything about that. The wind kind of gushing in from left field, and Heil just got enough wood on it to get himself a base hit. And it brings up Jack Juleson. Lined out to the first baseman in their first trip, and he squares around the bunt, and it's foul. Well, the wind's not getting any lighter. It's gusting around right now. With nobody down and 2 on here for the Sabres in the third. Juleson squares again. This one's high. And Kolpen having to work hard here in the top of the third. Juleson squares again and takes it down and away again. Well, this time he squares and takes strike 2. Count even at 2-2. And there's the 2-2. Nobody out, and Kolpen steps off. Juleson, with nobody out, will be swinging away here in a 2-2 count. Curveball is up. Kolpen just threw his 41st pitch. He breezed through the first 2 innings, and now he's got some problems going here in the second. Just giving up the 1 hit. That was the Texas leaguer there by Nate Heil just a moment ago. Fouled off down the right field line, and running out of room there was the right fielder for Jamestown, Cody Bush. Juleson spoiled that full count delivery, and we'll do it again. Sabres just got the 1 hit so far. Harrison Johnson led off the inning by reaching on an error. Heil followed it up with a Texas League base hit. Juleson with nobody out in the full count. And a line drive towards left field, and that is going to be in front of the left fielder, Hadlewick. Coming around to score is going to be Harrison Johnson, and an RBI knock for Jack Juleson has just tied up the baseball game. Get your Ryan Family Dealership replay. Pitch from Kolpen, inside half. Swinging was Juleson. Solid knock into left field. And it looked like Hadlewick, if he would have really gotten aggressive, he maybe had a chance to come in and play that, but he backpedaled and took it on a 1 hop. Juleson with the RBI. Johnson had a good read on it. He comes all the way around to score. And still nobody out here in the third. Isaac Lewis and Ben Watson, they have been doing some damage for the Sabres as the 2 and 3 hitters as Isaac Lewis will turn around and try to bunt one. Lewis leading the team in runs, RBIs, hits, extra base hits, stolen bases. Batting .355 on the season. And he takes up. The senior for the Sabres has had a great senior baseball season. Batting here with nobody out and 2 on in the third. Kolpen laboring in the third. Another hot shot up the middle. Well, that's going to be flagged down. They flipped to second. They didn't get him, but they flip it to first, and a double play. Oh, man. Isaac Lewis with the line out to second. Oddly, flips it to Newman. They didn't get the force at second, but they did get the Force at first is Juleson off the base too far, so officially 4-6-3 on the putout. Juleson tagged off the base is out number 2. Brings up Ben Watson. And down into the dirt. Boy, good stop there by Bennett Gaynor. That was about a 58-footer from Colpin on the hook. Gaynor knocked that down with his chest protector. Kept the runner at second. And now you're going to get a pinch runner for Nate Heil. Well, looks to be Tavian Hawk. Ben Watson hits that one hard down the right field line, but that's going to hook foul. Watson batting .333 on the season. 19 RBIs, just one off the team high for Lewis, who's got 20. Watson lined out to the shortstop Newman in the first. Got that wide stance. Does Ben Watson with 2 down here and a 1-1 count. And a curveball and a good one. Strike 2. Colpin dropped the number 2 in there nicely. And now he's in control, leading 1 ball, 2 strikes to the 3-man for the Sabres. Another curveball, and Watson was on that one. He hits it hard down the third base line, but that's foul. Pinch runner for Heil out there at second is Tavian Hawk, the sophomore. Legacy has tied it up here. In the third. And a shot up the middle. And that's going to get off the glove of Thomas Newman. Rounding second is Tavian Hawk. Big throw in from Hadlewick. And they can't get him at home. It skips away from the catcher Gaynor. Ben Watson is going to ramble all the way around to third. And the Legacy Sabres have taken the lead. Get the official ruling here in just a second. Is going to be an error on Newman. E6 officially. Tavian Hawk comes around to score run number 2 for the Sabres. Watson scampers all the way around to third and brings up Drew Beasley. A couple unearned runs in the frame. Legacy with just the 1 hit. Jays have been charged with 2 errors in the inning. And Legacy has snagged a 2-1 lead. Colpin deals high, and he's behind 2 balls, no strikes. And this is a situation where Jackson's got to bear down, get 1 more out. His gloves behind him haven't really held up in the inning. And he misses with the curveball. And Beasley ahead in the count, 3 balls, no strikes. And you got Riker Zietz, team leading average on deck. Colpin misses in. Beasley has drawn his 2nd walk of the game. And runners at the corners in a big moment here early. Just the top of the third. 2 down. And you get a guy at the dish batting .422, and Bennett Gaynor is going to make a quick trip to the mound. Mound visit today brought to you by First International Bank and Trust. Full-service, family-owned, independent community bank. Built on the bond between employees and customers. Founded in 1910, serving urban and rural communities across Arizona, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota. Find them online at FIBT.com. I mentioned the PSP network schedules. You got softball going on today. Bismarck High at Minot North. Got Century at Minot softball tomorrow. And you got Minot and Minot North in a non-counting game baseball action on Thursday. All here on the PSP network. Good to be at Jack Brown Stadium today in Jamestown. Legacy has put a crooked number up here in the third. Looking for more. And a soft line drive looped toward right field. Riker Zietz fillets that one foul, and it makes the count 0 balls, 2 strikes. Colpin, after that short visit from his catcher Gaynor, in a commanding count here now on the hill. Trying to close the door on the top of the third. Kolpin from the belt. Here's the 0-2. Just outside. That one didn't miss by much, folks. Here's the 1-2. Hot shot towards first, and it's through. A base knock for Reitker Zietz. And Legacy tacks on another. Solid single to the opposite field. 3-1, Legacy leads. Here's a Ryan Family Dealership replay as going to get another mound visit as Reitker Zietz got that hole open over there as they're holding on the runner at first, and Zietz just rifles one right between first and second, the 4-3 hole. And Legacy has put 3 on the board here. Going to be unearned runs. Ben Watson comes in to score. Drew Beasley to second. Zietz with a base knock and an RBI has given the Legacy Sabres a lead. We'll break the mound visits here at Jack Brown Stadium. 3-1 Legacy on top. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
As pages in a history book, a time gone by. But even in this modern world, there are new frontiers to conquer. Whether you're tending the land to grow a better tomorrow or growing a business for new opportunities, the work you do powers the world. Exploring the frontier means stepping forward, shaping the future for yourself and for those around you. First International Bank.
After the Jays mound visit, we've got first-year head coach Tim Ranum captaining the Jays. Eddie Streeter, the Sabres head coach. Carter Pearson, the good hack at that one, fouls it back into the netting. Coach Ranum, the Burlington, North Dakota native, the UJ graduate, played some baseball for the Jays, or for the Jimmies, I beg your pardon. And a fly ball down the left field line. It's going to hold up and stay in play. Oh, and unable to make the play. A good hustle there by third baseman Brenner Weber. That would have been an ESPN-worthy catch if he would have flagged that baby down. The wind was helping him pull it in. Hadelwick was playing off the line, so he had no chance. It was Weber's play to make, just couldn't do it. Tipped off the end of his glove. Still a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Kolpin's been in this situation a couple times. Let's see if he can close the door here on the top of the third for the Jays. Carter Pearson down 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a low fastball. Smothered there by Gaynor. Yeah, after the cruise control first 2 innings where Jackson Kolpin faced 1 over the minimum, he has labored in the third, and Legacy's sent 8 men to the box. And a shot towards first, and that's going to be gloved up there, and the inning will come to an end. Braxton Perkins flags it down. Pearson retired, 3 unassisted, but Legacy puts 3 on the board. Sabres get 2 hits, and they leave 2, and a new score from Jack Brown Stadium. Legacy now has a lead, 3-1 over the Jays. After 2.5 complete, this is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Your bank had your back, or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the right community bank can make all the difference. We like to think of a community bank as one that supports its local community. You need to know that whatever your financial future holds, your bank will be there to provide practical support. As a community bank, BNC National Bank will be there for whatever you need in the long haul. Reach out to our team today to learn more about how we're able to help you succeed. Member FDIC.
8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day, so you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no, you can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Schatz Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
Now, top of the order facing Nate Heil here for the Jays. Thomas Newman steps into the box. Newman reached on an error and scored in the first. And he takes up and quickly ahead, 2 balls, no strikes. Of course, Thomas Newman, the quarterback, All-State baseball player, All-WDA baseball player a season ago. Number 3 in the WDA in scoring in basketball this past season for the Jays. He's the guy at the top of the Jays order that kind of stirs the drink here, and he was ahead 3 balls, no strikes. He takes strike 1. You still hear that wind howling late afternoon, now 5:15 in the afternoon. Newman with a slow roller towards first. Wick has it. Heil to the bag. Oh, they just barely beat Newman. Good play. Wick covering was Heil. 3-1 on the putouts. That's a thing you practice every day in the preseason. Good hop there for Heil, especially for the left-handed pitcher. Your natural tendency is to fall off towards the third base bag after you finish that delivery, and then to get recalibrated on that slow roller towards first. Wick fielded it. Good toss to Heil covering, and they just barely beat Newman, who was flying down the line. Riker Zietz out to the mound. Visit brought to you today by ServPro, 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup and restoration at ServPro. And Heil was wild and outside. Ball 1. And brings up Jackson Colpin. Reached on an error in the first. He takes strike 1. Colpin batting up over 400 in the season for the Jays, looking to get a rally started for Jamestown, down 3-1 here in the third. And good mix going here for Heil. He dropped the off-speed pitch in there for strike 1, comes back with the heat for strike 2. And Heil goes up and away with the fastball, misses. And the count even at 2-2. 1 down here in the bottom of the third. Soft contact, spoiled at the dish. Colpin will live to see another day as Nate Heil has gotten in on his fists. Nate Heil, this will be his 40th pitch of the afternoon. Here in the bottom of the third, with 1 down. And a fly ball down the right field line. Juleson, this time the wind's going to grab it, and he will run out of real estate in right field here at Jack Brown Stadium. Oh, they got him at the knees on the outside corner. Little backdoor breaking ball there for Nate Heil. Colpin down on strikes and 2 down here in the third. 4th strikeout of the afternoon for Nate Heil. And it brings up the 3-stick, Bennett Gaynor. Flied out to third, flied out to first in the first. And he takes in. Got a few folks in attendance today, mostly in the shade here at Jack Brown Stadium. And that one's fisted down the right field line by Gaynor. I got one guy over there keeping track of our PSP camera, sitting right by it. Looks like we got a bodyguard today on our full camera view, right behind home plate. 2 balls, 1 strike, and a hot shot up the middle. Harrison Johnson's by him. And a solid knock for a base hit. Gaynor has the second hit of the afternoon for the Jays. That brings up Cale Verke, who had the RBI single with 1 out in the first to get the Jays on the scoreboard. That lasted until the top of the third when Legacy scored 3 unearned. And you get a courtesy runner out there for Gaynor. It's Brendan Heminger. And swinging and missing there was Verke. Had a fastball for a base hit in his first trip. Heil went to the curveball. Raker Zietz will fire it down to Wick again. And they get Heminger back to the bag. Do the Jays. Call was strike 2. Now Verke in a hole. No balls, 2 strikes. Heil, they got him picked off. Wick will fire it down to second, and they got him. Heminger retired trying to steal. And it goes 3-6 on the putouts. And the Jays go down in order. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left in the third, and we've completed 3 from Jack Brown Stadium. Top of the fourth comes up next. On your BNC Bank scoreboard, it's Legacy 3, Blue Jays 1. This is WDA Baseball, and you're listening and watching the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by
Cooper Miller leading off. Hits a fly ball in the infield. First pitch he sees. Ethan Otley calls for it and grabs it. Cooper Miller retired F4. Well, every ball that's been in the air today is it's so windy that it's been a bit of an adventure. Nothing necessarily flagged down and caught cleanly today by either squad. And Harrison Johnson reached on an error, came around to score in the second, or check that in the third for Legacy. Johnson playing shortstop today. Colpin out there for his 4th inning of work. And he doesn't get the strike call at the letters. Colpin drops a hook in there, strike 2. Or strike 1, beg your pardon. 2 balls, 1 strike. And a base knock into left field. Harrison Johnson reached on an error. Verke dropped his fly ball in the third inning. And Johnson with a solid knock to left. Leads off the 4th inning for Legacy. With 1 down. Johnson reaches. And it brings up Nate Heil. Worked a full count base hit in that 3-run third. Colpin from the stretch. Heil with a big swing. Fouled off towards the Legacy dugout, and it lands in the dugout. Over to take a look, there was Brenner Weber. Ran out of room. And a 1-1 count coming to Heil. Johnson has a lead at first and a shot towards second. Gloved by Oddly. 4-6-3, twin killing. And a good pick there at first by Braxton Perkins. Well, let's get your Ryan Family Dealership replay of that one. Good pickup there by Oddly, as you see a hot shot here by Heil. Oddly has it at second, flips it to Newman, fires it over to Perkins. Good pick, and the 4-6-3 twin killing ends the 4th inning for Legacy. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left, and we've completed 3.5 from Jack Brown. 3-1, Legacy on top. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese. It has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
For a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold on. Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
On a 94-degree day in Jamestown today, a bit of a blast furnace. And Legacy has scored 3 in the top of the 3rd, and they lead 3-1 here. As we head to the bottom of the 4th, Jays will send up Cale Verke, Brenner Weber, and Ethan Oddly. 4, 5, 6 in the Jays order. As Heil works ahead, pumps in strike 1. Nate Heil, 48 pitches thrown today. As Verke swings and misses. As mentioned, Cale 1 for 1 in the day and an RBI base hit in the 1st. He was at the plate when Heminger got picked off first, caught stealing to end the 3rd. And Verke was late, and he strikes out. 5th strikeout of the afternoon for Nate Heil. And it brings up the guy man in the hot corner today, Brenner Weber. Lefty to lefty matchup. And that one skips into catcher Riker Zietz. How hot do you think it is back there with the catcher's equipment on, the black jerseys? Same goes for the umpire today. That would be warm. And they say that one hit Brenner Weber. Had some English on it, so it actually started foul and came back fair. Riker Zietz was lobbying and saying, hey, that ball ended up back between the chalk lines. Umpire quickly said, nope, it hits his foot, it's dead ball. And Heil will miss outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. WDA in the preseason coaches poll, Legacy pick number 2, Jamestown pick number 8. And a hot shot towards short, and it's through. Brenner Weber with a solid knock into left field. And with 1 down, the Jays have a runner at first. Weber struck out in the first, has a base hit. Brings up Ethan Otley. Otley was a strikeout victim in the first. One of 5 Ks on the afternoon for the sophomore Nate Heil. Legacy, as mentioned, has won 10 of 12 since they had to forfeit a couple games against Century. Jamestown had a nice 7-game winning streak in the season, and they've been 4-4 since that ended in a doubleheader loss to Century towards the end of April. Otley with a good cut, but he fouls it back. That's out of play, and the count is even 1-1. 3 runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Sabres. 1 run, 3 hits, 3 errors for the Jays. I don't think Coach Random or Coach Streeter is going to be happy with the leather being flashed today with 5 combined errors between both squads. Legacy, a team in the season with a .936 fielding average. Jamestown right about the same, so played pretty good defense this season, but through 4 today, they haven't necessarily done it. Riker Zietz likes that play as he fires it down to first again. Trying to get Weber leaning too far, and a secondary lead, couldn't do it. Heil with a 3-ball, 1-strike delivery, and he catches the outside corner, full count. Heil on the bump's been good today. Here comes the payoff pitch. Strike 3, and a strike him out, throw him out is Cole Wick. That time they got Brenner Weber off the bag, and Otley down on strikes, and the putout of Weber 2-3 officially, and down go the Jays in the fourth, I beg your pardon. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left, 4 complete on your BNC Bank scoreboard. It's Legacy 3 and the Blue Jays 1. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Ackerman Estvold is here with the latest tools and innovations to design smart. Our team of architects and engineers carefully plan every step of construction, making it possible to build bold. And most importantly, we know how valuable it is to give back, ensuring our communities continue to thrive for generations to come. That's Ackerman Estvold.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
Now we head to the top of the fifth. Jack Juleson, first pitch swinging. Rockets one towards third base. Flag down there by Brenner Weber. Fires it across to Perkins, and Juleson on one pitch has retired 5-3 to start the affair here in the fifth. Jack Juleson, of course, the all WDA football player, got a offer from the University of Maryland to go play some football, and it brings up Isaac Lewis. 0 for 2 on the day, struck out in the first, lined out to second in the third. Legacy did all their damage in a 3-run third inning. Tap toward the Legacy bench. Colpin now 74 pitches. He's given up 3 runs, none earned today. As the senior right-hander Jackson Colpin. Comes with the heater, and he misses low and away. Well, we'll get that center field camera fired up for game 2, folks. We had it running in the pregame, but just didn't like it. And there's a shot towards left field. Lewis got a lot of that one. And that baby is going to the wall. It one hops off the warning track. Lewis is going to fire for third, and he is going to be out. The play was right in front of him. Lewis maybe thinks that they didn't get the tag on him, but he gets rung up trying to stretch a double into a triple. There's an RBI, or here's a Ryan Family Dealership replay. Lewis ripped it. There was no doubt that that was going to be extra bases, but you're not going to get the whole affair there. As play took a little bit too long for the replay system, but Lewis gets a double officially, and then he is retired. 7-6-5 on the relay. Nice play, hitting the cutoff man. Newman with a strike. Weber applies the tag, and now there's 2 outs here in the fifth. Ben Watson takes a spike curveball, and it levels the count at 1-1. Yeah, that's a pitcher's best friend right there. Maybe a slight base running error there by Isaac Lewis. He's got a team high in extra base hits. Check that, he doesn't. He's now got 7. Yeah, Lewis has the team high with 10 now. Ben Watson has 8. He's batting right now. Riker Zeitz with 7. Lewis, 10 extra base hits now in the season. Among his 28 hits on the campaign as Ben Watson takes ball 4. Scampers down the first, does Watson. And he'll be on with 2 outs here in the top of the fifth. Brings up Drew Beasley, who's walked twice today. Got stranded at second in the third and third in the second. So he's been in scoring positions after walking both times. Hasn't came around to score yet, has Beasley. Watson draws the 2-out walk. Beasley, hot shot, foul ball down the first base line. Perkins waved at it. It was foul, and we'll do it again. Yeah, still more big-time games coming tomorrow here in the WDA. There goes Ben Watson. Gainer doesn't throw it. Watson stole that one on Jackson Colpin. And the first steal of the afternoon for Legacy. They haven't had that many base runners. But yeah, big games tomorrow again. It's a big one here, a big doubleheader for Jamestown and Legacy. As now with 2 down, Ben Watson's in scoring position. Beasley takes inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Minot and Century tomorrow. North and Bismarck High. St. Mary's and Williston. Sydney and Watford City in a non-conference game. And Mandan and Dickinson. Hot shot in the hole. Glove down there by Otley. Stayed down on it. Flips it over to first. And Beasley is retired 4-3 on the putout. 3 down, no damage done. And Legacy's down in the 5th. No runs on 1 hit, 1 left for Legacy, and we've completed 4.5. Jack Brown Stadium's the venue today on a 94-degree day on a Monday afternoon, and Legacy on your BNC Bank scoreboard leads 3-1 over the Jays. Jays coming to bat in the bottom of the 5th here on the PSP Network.
And invested wisely. Whether it's paying for a child's education, taking the family trip you've dreamed of, giving back to the community, or funding a confident retirement, we can help you reach your goals. We are passionate about helping you make smart decisions about your spending and saving so you can feel confident about the future while enjoying life today. Together, we can design a personalized plan that takes into account your short and long-term needs and wants, but is flexible enough to adjust as your life changes.
At any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar. But when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Hi, good to have you tuned in to the PSP Network this afternoon. We'd like to promote local athletes. Be sure to like and follow us on our social media platforms of Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Find out the latest on the PSP Network. And while we have a quick second here, here's the schedule this week. Nope, that did not get loaded correctly. We'll get that squared away. Get you that updated schedule for the week of May 12th here. 1 week remaining in the regular season. WDA baseball next week. Play-in games on Monday. As standing in is Braxton Perkins, flied out to center in his first trip. Perkins batting .255 on the season, leads the team in walks. Got a good eye at the plate. Got the base on balls 11 times this season. And Heil misses outside, and he falls behind 3 balls, no strikes. Jay's looking to get the leadoff man. Get that bottom of the order turned around. Heil hits the plate, strike 1. Perkins, Hanelwick, Bush, 7, 8, and 9, due up for the Jays. And Heil lost him. What do they say about leadoff walks? They come back to haunt. See if Heil can get around that. Yeah, Jamestown, I mentioned, I think maybe I said a 7-game winning streak earlier in April, a 9-game winning streak for the Jays back in April. And then 4-4 since. And it brings up Derek Hanelwick. Flew out to right in his first at-bats. Hanelwick spinned off the plate. Derek just back into the lineup. Batting .250 on the season, 2 for 8. Just his 10th at-bat of the season. Now 2 for 9 after an 0 for 1 today. And a low delivery, and Heil has lost a little bit of feel here in the 5th. And you're going to get a mound visit. Brought to you today by Ryan Family Dealership. Commitment and respect to their customers is strong today as it was 50 years ago. Experience the difference when you visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston or shop online at driveryan.com. Sabres converge at the mound, and we break. Legacy on top, 3-1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Heil struggling a little bit, though. He's walked a man, and he's down 2 balls, no strikes to Hadlwick, and the bottom of the 5th continues here on the PSP Network.
Want our dog to fetch it.
Drop it.
And drop it.
Drop it.
We want to fix it ourselves. And actually fix it. We want to order the market price lobster. And know the market price of the lobster.
How much is... Whatever the market says.
Sadly, we can't have it all. Except at Sport Clips, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with pure, uninterrupted relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
After the visit there from Coach Eddie Streeter, Heil pumps in strike 1. Hadlwick at the dish. There's your man at first, Braxton Perkins, getting his lead. And Heil will look over, and he spikes one, and there goes Hadlwick off to second. And a wild pitch will advance Perkins into scoring position. So nobody out here in the 5th. And the Jays looking to cut this Legacy lead in half with a base hit. It would be a smash to get one out of Jack Brown Stadium today. Maybe if you cranked one towards right and it pushed it down the line, it might get a little wind aiding, but you hit that baby to left, that would take a shot. As strike 2 taken there by Hadlwick. Squared around the bunt on the 3-1 count. Now it's full. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Heil to Hadlwick. Cody Bush on deck, the 9-stick. Perkins has got a lead off a second. And a swing and a miss. Heil strikes out another. Seven Ks on the afternoon there for Derek Hadlwick, and it brings up Cody Bush. Got caught looking in the second. One down here in the 5th. Heil steamrolls in strike 1. Nate Heil now with 72 pitches in the contest. Here with 1 down in the 5th. And he just misses up and away. Jays could use a knock here to liven up the troops. And Bush has worked it to a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Looks down at Coach Ranum and says, yep, get a hit for me. Of course, Coach Ranum coached Carrington to 3 straight Legion baseball titles. 2014, 15, and 16 in succession for Carrington Post 25. Coach Ranum now also coaches tennis and teaches English at Jamestown High School. The UJ grad. Bush took that one inside. Now it's 3 balls, 1 strike. Hitters count for Bush. And he takes a strike at the knees on the inside corner. Here's the 3-2. Just miss. And Bush has a walk. Well, the bottom of the Jays order did the job. 2 guys reach via the base on balls. And now you got 2 guys on. And you got the lumber coming up. Thomas Newman and Jackson Colpin. Newman batting .328 on the season. 21 hits, 64 at-bats coming in, leads the team in runs. And then you got Jackson Colpin leading the team in most major hitting categories on deck. Best chance in a while that the Jays have had here in the bottom of the fifth. Newman takes one at the letters, ball one. Yeah, Hiles just lost the feel of it a little bit. He's been pumping in a lot of strikes in the contest, but not much doing here in the fifth. No balls, one strike, and strike one. Let's turn up that crowd noise a little bit, see if we can get a little ambient noise, maybe not just all the wind. Newman dances out of an inside fastball. Yeah, that might be a little too annoying. It's annoying for me in my headset. That wind is gushing into it. Those of you tuning in today at home probably thinking, yeah, turn that wind down. I don't need to hear that. We know it's windy as Heil hits the corner, strike two. 2-2 to Thomas Newman. Reached on an error and scored in the first, did Newman. He's 0 for 2 on the day. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out here in the fifth. Perkins at second, Bush at first. And Newman takes up. And another full count here in the fifth for Heil. And he was around the zone. He's only walked one man coming into this inning. Now he's walked 3. Heil up to 81 pitches. And you got activity in the Legacy bullpen. They get their closer up, the freshman Cooper Johnson. Here's the payoff pitch. Heil to Newman, and he fouled it off. I think Thomas Newman is thinking that he could have hit that ball hard, but just able to foul it back and spoil it. We'll do it again. Runners at first and second here in the fifth. Jays threatening. They're down 3-1 in the bottom half. 3-2 to Newman, and he fights off a high fastball at the letters. 350 to left field. That wind is churning in from left field. Maybe churning in from dead center, looks like now. 365 in center. 300 to the short porch and right. The 20-foot fence on there with the vines and the ivy. Here's another 3-2. And Newman takes outside. And Heil has walked him loaded. And I'm looking at the Legacy bench, and it looks like we're going to have a pitching change. Nate Heil will finish the day pitching 4 1/3 today for the Sabres. He's up close to 90 pitches, make it 85 on the afternoon. And Legacy's going to be bringing in the freshman Cooper Johnson. We'll tell you about Heil's day and set the stage for Johnson when we come back. Pitching change here at Jack Brown. 1 down in the fifth. Jays have him loaded. It's 3-1 Sabres. We're back after this timeout on the PSP Network.
Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
We'll close the book on Nate Heil today. 4 1/3 innings pitched. Gives up 3 hits, 1 run, 1 earned. He's got 3 runners on base that are his responsibility. He walked 3 and struck out 7 in the contest for Heil. And Legacy will bring in the freshman Cooper Johnson, making his team high 12th appearance on the season. He's got 2 saves. He's given up 3 earned runs, walked 7, struck out 12. 1.90 earned run average for the freshman Cooper Johnson. He's out there in a big spot here. And Johnson will be facing the leading hitter for the Jays, Jackson Colpin, with the bags full of Jays. And Johnson, with nowhere to put him, misses up high. And now misses low. Yeah, tough situation. You come in, just the 9th grader, got to throw strikes. Bags packed. Do you turn Colpin loose here? No. And Cooper Johnson has misfired on 3 straight, and all of a sudden Legacy can't find the strike zone. Heil walked 3 straight, his only 3 walks of the afternoon. And now Riker Zietz has a conversation with his freshman hurler out there. And it's brought to you today, that visit to the mound, by the UPS store located on South Broadway in Minot. They're there for all your packing and shipping needs, and they're located in the Marketplace Foods Plaza in Minot. Nowhere to put Jackson Colpin. Cooper Johnson, 3 balls, no strikes, and he hits the zone, strike 1. Well, now, if you're Jackson Colpin and a team-high .419 batting average, you're sitting dead red. Here's the pitch, 3-1, and it's up and in. And Legacy has walked 1 in. Braxton Perkins come around to score. Bush to 3rd, Newman to 2nd. Colpin is going to get pinch ran for. Jackson, as Bennett Kaler will come on to run. And the bag's still packed. Legacy's lead is now 1. 3-2 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. First run for the Jays since they scored in the first. Bennett Gaynor 1 for 2 on the day. And Johnson ahead in the count this time. Hits the zone with the fastball, strike 1. Now Legacy looking for a ground ball double play. Jays looking to take a lead with a base knock. Bags full of Jays. Curveball lashed into right field. Base hit. Gaynor with an RBI single. 1 run is in. Newman flying around, and he is in. Fired down to 3rd, safe. And the Jays have taken a lead. Bennett Gaynor with a 2 RBI base knock. There's a Ryan Family Dealership replay. Took a fastball on the outside half, lashed it through the 4-3 hole. Solid single. How about Thomas Newman? He was cruising around the bases. And the Jays have put up a crooked number, and they have taken a lead here in the 5th. Cody Bush scores. As mentioned, Newman wheeling around and scores. Pinch runner to 3rd was Kaler. And now the Jays have him on the corners, still with just 1 down here for Cale Verke. 1 for 2 with an RBI. Verke takes ball 1. Cale had a base knock and an RBI in the first, struck out in the 4th. Well, Nate Heil is going to be charged with all 3 of those runs. 2 runners in the bags now are responsibility of Cooper Johnson, and that one gets away. A wild pitch. And Kaler will scamper home. Zeitz couldn't control it. A wild pitch has given the Jays a 5-3 lead. There it goes away. Kaler quickly home. Gainer down to second, and it's a 4-run 5th brewing for the Jamestown Blue Jays. And a swing and a miss. Big cut there for Verke. Kale, one of this sophomore class that's really producing. Got Brenner Weber out there. Got Gainer. Edison Walters gets a lot of time. Verke. And they're going to throw him out. Ball just popped away ever so slightly from Riker Zeitz. Taking off for third was Bennett Gainer, and he is cut down. 2-5 on the putouts. And now there's 2 down here in the 5th. And a 3-1 count to the cleanup man, Verke. That's probably a base running play there. You got the cleanup stick up. He's already got an RBI base hit. You want to get a little greedy here in the 5th. Gainer with a base running error as Verke walks. And then you get a look at Verke getting his lead off first. And that one is nubbed towards left field. Brenner Weber. Cooper Miller over there at third base. Couldn't flag it down. But it was foul, strike 1. 2 outs here in the 5th. The Jays have played at 4, and they've taken a lead. 5-3 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. There's a good curveball. Backdoor curve. Johnson. 1 strike away from getting his team in the dugout. Well, I guess he's been out there for a while here in the bottom of the 5th. Jays have answered. Looking to climb into a tie with Legacy in the standings, and there's a hot shot up the middle. Gloved by Beasley, flips it to Johnson. And Weber is retired in the fielder's choice. Verke forced out 4-6, and the 5th inning comes to a conclusion. The Jays score 4, and they get just the single hits, and they leave 1 as we've completed 5 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. New score from Jack Brown Stadium. The Jays have come all the way back. They lead 5-3 heading to the 6th. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Ackerman Estvold is here with the latest tools and innovations to design smart. Our team of architects and engineers carefully plan every step of construction, making it possible to build bold. And most importantly, we know how valuable it is to give back, ensuring our communities continue to thrive for generations to come. That's Ackerman Estvold.
Have over 60 years combined experience in the field. Not only are we writing estimates, talking with customers, we're in the shop working alongside of our team members.
I've always had a very strong passion for repairing vehicles. I've been doing it since I've been in high school, and I've always enjoyed seeing the vehicle repaired back to the original conditions.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve the Bismarck-Mandan community for the last 7 years. We look forward to expanding into our new addition to better serve our customers, Centennial Collision and Paint.
Yeah, Riker Zeitz steps in. How about that answer there for the Jamestown Blue Jays in the bottom of the 5th? Coach Random's club's been finding ways to win the entire season. That was one of our keys to the game, and They took advantage of 3 walks to start, make it 4 walks to start the 5th inning. All 4 of those runners come around to score, and the Jays, opportunistic, take a 5-3 lead. Jackson Colpin out there to work the 6th. Against the guy batting over 400 for Legacy, Riker Zietz. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes to him. And Zietz flies one to right field. And that ball is going to be off the ivy. It got caught up in the wind. Riker Zietz, it's a short porch out there, just 300 feet into the vines. Let's get your Ryan Family Dealership replay of that one. I think everybody kind of thought that was just going to be a fly ball, but all of a sudden Cody Bush just kept going back and back and back and back, and he ran out of room, and that's a double to start the inning for Riker Zietz. Riker's got his 2nd knock of the afternoon. Yeah, that's what we said earlier. The only way that the wind is going to help any ball today is if you get one in the jet stream going towards right. It will push it a bit, and that's exactly what happened there. Off the vines it went. The 20-foot fence, 8-foot fence, and a 12-foot extension. In right field, the Ivies. As Carter Pearson has worked it to a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Jackson Colpin now up to 92 pitches on the afternoon. And he misses. No, he hits the knees. Pearson now down 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pearson the DH today. And he's going to ground it towards first. Runner did not advance as Zietz saw that the first baseman, Braxton Perkins, was playing in. 1 hopper to him. Pearson was retired 3 unassisted. And there's 1 down here in the 6th. And it brings up Cooper Miller. Miller 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Of course, Cooper, the all-time wins leader for the Legacy Sabres. And Cooper Miller, an accomplished tennis player, all WDA. And a base hit up the middle. Oh, a bad hop single. And wheeling around second is going to be Riker Zietz. A high home run throw all the way to the backstop. And a bad hop single for Cooper Miller. It looked like Newman had a chance to play it and had hit something and caromed over his head. And that's going to be a base hit and an RBI. Miller advances to second on the errant throw from the center fielder Verke, who airmailed his catcher Gaynor. And it brings up Harrison Johnson. Legacy of the good answer. Bounce back inning. They've cut this Blue Jay lead in half. And Harrison Johnson fouled up right towards the press box and off the press box. Doink. I thought for a second there we were going to have a double doink. Maybe with the wind blowing the other direction. And a shot towards right field, and that is going to be down. Base knock. Cooper Miller is going to score. Ball cut off by the first baseman, Harrison Johnson, with a base knock RBI, and Legacy has come immediately back here against Colpin in the 6th. Here's the knock by Harrison Johnson. Solid single to right field. Bush had it on a hop. And wheeling around to score there was Cooper Miller, and we're tied at 5. 2 good clubs going toe-to-toe here at Jack Brown Stadium. And it brings up Cooper Johnson. Just the 18th at bat for the freshman on the season. Came in for Nate Heil. And they'll check on the runner at first. Harrison Johnson back safely, who's got a 2-hit day now and a game-tying RBI. Johnson takes up ball 1. Ball 2. Check that. And the Jays put up 4 in the bottom of the 5th. Legacy right back, tied it up here in the top of the 6th. And a good stop there. Gaynor knocks it down, fires it to second, but Harrison Johnson advances on the wild pitch. And now you're seeing Colpin laboring a little bit, so he is now at an even 100 pitches on the afternoon on a 94-degree day. Yeah, these young 17, 18-year-old kids, 90-degree day doesn't matter to these guys. They're just out there playing some ball as Cooper Johnson draws a walk. And Legacy's going to turn the order around to Jack Juleson, but the day might be done for Jackson Colpin today. Coach ran him out there to have a visit. As we got a mound visit today, brought to you by Ryan Family Dealership, trusted name for car buyers in Western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com. Visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. One down here in the top of the 6th. Coach Ram just has a visit with Colpin. He's going to leave him on. Jackson Colpin, 102 pitches. Was staked to a 2-run lead here starting the 6th. But Legacy has racked up 3 hits now and a walk. Just 1 down, 2 runners on. Johnson at second. Pinch runner at first is Tavian Hawk. And Juleson at the plate. And he swings and fouls that one back. Here's the no ball, 1 strike. Juleson 1 for 3 on the day. Good cut there. Right on it. But Colpin ahead on what will be his 105th pitch of the afternoon. Stretching him out today on a warm afternoon is Coach Random. Tied at 5 here in the 6th. Colpin delivers. And it's nudged towards third. Oh, good play. Got to hustle, and they do. Jack Juleson firing down the line. Good play there by the third baseman, Brenner Weber. Weber cut that ball off in front of Newman. That was the only way they were going to get Juleson, and he has retired 5-3 for the second out of the inning. Johnson advances to third. Johnson advances to second, and it brings up Isaac Lewis. And now to the windup, here comes Colpin. Oh, Legacy's got 2 ducks on the pond here in the 6th. Is Colpin going to close the door? It's probably going to be it for Jackson. And he misses high. It's got to be just about the end of it for Jackson Colpin. He's now 108 pitches on the afternoon here in the top of the 6th. Isaac Lewis, 2 balls, no strikes. Ben Watson on deck. And a shot towards right. And that is hit hard. And that is back to the wall. And it is goodbye. Home run. A 3-run shot for Isaac Lewis. And the Sabres have answered the 4-pack by the Jays in the bottom of the 5th with a 5-pack of runs culminated by the 3-run shot for Lewis. And a Ryan Family Dealership replay. Isaac Lewis got one in the jet stream to right field. There it went. Bush was going back to the ivy, to the wall, and there it went. And Legacy now leads 8-5. How about that? 3-run jack for Lewis. His 2nd home run of the season. He's now tied with Ben Watson for the team high with 2 homers. None bigger than that one. His team leading 11th extra base hit. Colpin with 110 pitches, and he just walked Ben Watson for the second consecutive time. And that is going to be it for Jackson Colpin. The workhorse's day will come to an end as he couldn't get out of the 6th inning. He was staked to a 5-3 lead starting the stanza, but Legacy has come out firing here in the 6th. Pitching change from Jack Brown. Legacy has put up 5. There's 2 down here in the 6th. And we will get you the numbers for Jackson Colpin's day and set the stage for the new arm out there for the Jays when we come back. Top of the 6th from Jack Brown. It's now Legacy 8, Jamestown 5.
So Carson, how do I become a great football player like you?
Well, practice and having a professional team to answer the call and handle anything you throw their way is also important.
Hey Carson, thanks for teaching crew about community banking at First Western. First Western, you can bank on us.
The Jersey Mike's catering box is the easiest way to feed your friends. The hard part is picking your sub. That's why we're having a draft. With the first pick, Sarah from Carolina selects number 13, the original Italian.
You know, I trusted my gut, and that's exactly where the sub's gonna go, so.
Hold on, we've got a trade. Jake traded his second pick with me, because I'm starved.
Freshly sliced subs to go, wherever you and your friends go. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
For those who dream big, Ackerman Estvold is here with the latest tools and innovations to design smart. Our team of architects and engineers carefully plan every step of construction, making it possible to build bold. And most importantly, we know how valuable it is to give back, ensuring our communities continue to thrive for generations to come. That's Ackerman Estvold.
That your bank had your back or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the
Legacy bats around here in the 6th. Drew Beasley, the 9th Sabre to hit. Braxton Perkins, the submariner, comes in for the Jamestown Blue Jays. We'll close the book on Jackson Colpin today. 5 2/3 innings pitched, gives up 8 hits, 8 runs. And yeah, I'm going to debate that all 8 of those are not, some of those are going to be earned runs, even though there was an error this inning, but walks 5, strikes out 1, and he throws 112 pitches today, does Jackson Colpin. As Perkins checks on Ben Watson over there. Watson, of course, a threat to steal. Ben Watson with 7 steals on the season. Braxton Perkins, 2-0 in the season, 2.73 earned run average, 19 strikeouts, 15 walks. As Beasley, oh, check that. Yeah, Beasley over to first, as now playing first is Jackson Colpin, as he and Perkins just switch spots. And the 2 defensive changes for the Jamestown Blue Jays. Here in the top of the 6th with 2 down, 1 ball, 2 strike count. Perkins looking to get the Jays into the dugout, and Beasley flies 1 to center. And it's going to be a good jump there for Verke, who was playing him in the right center field gap. Verke tracks it down, and Legacy's inning is done. They bat around, however, as Legacy puts up a 5 spot. As the Sabres are going to get 1, 2, 3, 4 hits in the inning, and they leave 1 runner on base. 5 runs, 4 hits, 1 left for Legacy, and the Sabres now lead 8-5 as we head to the bottom of the 6th here on the PSP Network.
Deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center. We offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/Family Birth Center. Trinity Health, making more possible.
That your bank had your back or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the right community bank can make all the difference. We like to think of a community bank as one that supports its local community. You need to know that whatever your financial future holds, your bank will be there to provide practical support. As a community bank, BNC National Bank will be there for whatever you need in the long haul. Reach out to our team today to learn more about how we're able to help you succeed. Member FDIC.
First of two today on the PSP Network, as Cooper Johnson will be out there for his second inning of work. He came on with nobody outs the last inning after Heil had walked the bases loaded. As the Jays scored 4 to take a 5-3 lead, but Legacy came back with a big 5-run inning in the top of the 6th. Now here in the bottom of the 6th, the Jays will send up Ethan Otley, Braxton Perkins, and Derek Hadlewick. Otley's 6, 7, and 8. Perkins and Hadlewick to lead off here as Cooper Johnson hits the zone, strike one. And Johnson could be asked to get a multi-inning save here. Well, actually, he's in line for the win now. His team's going to get him off the hook as he came in and gave up those 3 runs that Nate Heil was responsible for. Johnson with a fastball strike. Now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Curveball, strike 3. Got him on the hook. And Otley strikes out for the 3rd time today.
Pitcher, Braxton Perkins.
And it brings up Braxton Perkins. Walked and scored in the 4-run 5th for the Jays. Now pitching to conclude the first game of our doubleheader today. As Johnson misses inside. Ball 1. And now outside, ball 2. Ground ball towards second. Beasley gobbles it up, flips it over to Wick, and Perkins retired 4-3 and quickly 2 down here in the 6th. Yeah, you mentioned the Legacy Sabres. How about the season this year for Isaac Pegors? Just got named the NSIC Player of the Year for UMary. Batted over 400. And the Sabres out to check on Cooper Johnson. Going to be a quick visit here today, brought to you by ServPro, where they got 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's ServPro. Yeah, the season for Isaac Pegors, I beg your pardon, was awesome. Got the Marauders into the NSIC tournament where they fell to St. Cloud. Their season ended, but yeah. NSIC Player of the Year, Isaac Pegors, the Legacy Sabre graduate. As quickly 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th. Jays got Derek Hadlewick up, the left fielder. Johnson powers in, strike 1. And a foul ball is going to be out of play. Down the right field line. Yeah, you can't talk about Jamestown Blue Jay alumni without talking about Darren Ersted, the 1992 Jamestown High School grad, also a football, baseball, track guy, all-state football player. hockey guy, North Dakota Athlete of the Year in 1992, went to the University of Nebraska, played football in their national championship team, #1 overall draft pick with the Anaheim Angels, and Cooper Johnson sets down Hadlewick. We'll tell you the rest of the Darren Erstad story when we come back. A 1-2-3 inning, no runs, no hits, nobody left for Jamestown. They go quietly in the 6th. Top of the 7 next here on the PSP Network as Legacy's on top. 8-5 over Jamestown on your BNC Bank scoreboard.
Right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese. It has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah.
Order for Danny? Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Easy. They take care of their customers.
That's right, Carson. You may be number 11 on the field, but at First Western, you and our customers are never just a number.
First Western provides the best in customer service.
When our customers call with a question, we answer their call personally.
Now that's pro-level service.
Thanks, Carson. Professional, friendly, full-service banking is what you can count on at First Western.
First Western, you can bank on us.
Eight runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for Legacy as we enter the top of the 7th. Jamestown with 5 runs, 4 hits, 4 errors for the Jays. And the catcher, Riker Zietz, the leadoff man, as Perkins drops down and stays inside, ball 1. Yeah, Perkins doesn't quite get the submarine action, but he comes down low and this time has the curveball, ball 2. Just to be a standard sidearm delivery. Riker Zietz with a ringing double to start the inning a frame ago for Legacy. Came around and scored. He's 2 for 3 on the afternoon, and he's improved on his 422 batting average. And he takes strike 1. He's ahead in the count, still 3 balls, 1 strike. Perkins out there for his 2nd inning of work for the Jays. And Riker Zietz pops one towards right field. Bush is back to the track, and just enough room there for the right fielder, Cody Bush, and a long fly out for Riker Zietz. And Legacy has figured out that the ball is carrying to right as they are taking their shots to the opposite field. You can kind of see where Verke's playing now. He's playing over in right center field. Ball's hanging up, going to left. Everything traveling towards the short porch, 300-foot porch in right field. And it brings up Carter Pearson, the DH today. As Perkins misses low and in. Yeah, the Darren Erstad conclusion of that story. 14-year big league career. Career .282 batting average. 124 career home runs, a 2-time American League All-Star and a World Series champion. And also a Nebraska Husker National Football Championship as a punter for the Huskers back in 1994. Yeah, the Darren Erstad experience. And there's a number towards third, and that's going to go through. That's going to be a base hit. Carter Pearson with a seeing eye single. If somehow the third baseman, Brenner Weber, would have flagged that one down, that would have been a highlight reel play as Weber couldn't get it, and Pearson starts the 7th, has the 7th going for the Sabres with a 1-out base hit. That brings up Cooper Miller. Miller with a base hit and an RBI last inning. And he fouls off the first one he sees from Perkins. Zietz had got on last inning, and Miller promptly knocked him in to make it a one-run game, cut the lead to 5-4 in favor of the Jays in the top of the 6th. Now we're in the top of the 7th. Legacy has now picked up their 9th hit of the afternoon. Shot towards second. Otley fields, flips it to Newman, fires it to first, not in time. Fielder's choice for the hustling Cooper Miller. Carter Pearson is retired 4-6. He's out number 2. And good execution there by the Jays defense. Otley to Newman, just not in time. And it brings up Harrison Johnson. He had the big hits. The 2 RBI single. Give Legacy the lead. And low and away. Stay tuned after the game. Our planning team financial advisors, Shots Crossroads postgame show. We'll have an in-between game break as well, brought to you by Magic Towing. Planning team financial advisors and Shots Crossroads. Shots Crossroads, your postgame headquarters. You can order online at shotscrossroads.com. And planning team financial advisors helping clients work towards financial freedom. They'll bring you the postgame show. Then our in-between game break brought to you by Magic Towing. You blow it, they'll tow it. There's a ball that is going to almost get over the head of the left fielder at Haddowick. Harrison Johnson hit it hard, but he goes down F7, and Legacy down here in the 7th. Sabres get no runs. They get 1 hit, 1 left, and we've completed 6.5. Last hacks for the Jays coming up. Sabres on top, 8-5 as we head to the bottom of the 7th. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Relax, Spas Etc., Bismarck's #1 hot tub and sauna dealer, brings luxury and wellness straight to your home. Discover top brands, Sundance hot tubs, and Michael Phelps swim spas that deliver not just relaxation, but real therapeutic benefits. Right now, save up to $5,000 or enjoy up to 72 months interest-free financing. Visit us today at 1420 East Main Avenue in Bismarck and experience the best deals for yourself.
Now we started this one at 4:27 this afternoon with a 94-degree temperature in the Buffalo City. And we've reached the bottom of the 7th. Cooper Johnson out there for his 3rd inning of work. And he'll be facing looks like a pinch hitter up there for the Jays. No, beg your pardon, Cody Bush. Cody with a walk and a strikeout. Struck out in the 2nd, walked in the 5th. Came around to score. It's part of that 4-run 5th inning for the Jays. Foul tip. Yeah, Cooper Johnson, the freshman, came in and had a little trouble closing the door for Nate Heil, but innings 6 and so far 7 have been okay as Cody Bush down on strikes. Brings up Thomas Newman. Newman, the All-State baseball player. A couple big games for the Jays this winter. 39 points against Minot North, 42 against Moorhead. Steps into the box. Of course, his sister Amelia, the freshman on the Jays varsity basketball team. And of course, Thomas's great-grandfather, none other than Harold Newman of Newman Signs. The UJ baseball commit needs to get a rally going here for the Jays. Swings and misses on strike 1. Here's the 0-1 delivery. Johnson misses outside with the curveball. Cooper Johnson looking for the multi-inning win today. Hot shot towards third, and that's going to be foul. Cooper Miller couldn't track it down. Goes down the left field line. Good hustle there by Tavian Hawk, sprinting down that left field line to go get that baseball. Is Newman now with a 1-ball, 2-strike facing count. Scored twice today has Thomas. Hasn't got a hit. Reached on an error. Grounded out to first and walked. He's officially 0 for 2. Newman batting .328 in the season. Takes just outside. That's either a good eye or lucky right there, but that didn't look like it missed by much. Newman looking to extend it. Johnson looking to close the door, and it's fouled straight back. Jamestown coming into this doubleheader, as we mentioned earlier, with an outside chance to get into a tie for the conference lead. Jays have one regular season WDA title to their credit. As Newman fouls one down the left field line, that's going to be out of play. That was back in 2023, just 2 seasons ago, the one and only regular season baseball title for the Jays. Jays have been to 10 state tournaments, most recently in 22 and 23. Neither of these teams has won a state title. Sabres been to state 3 times, 21, 23, 24. Sabres got to the state championship game a year ago and were defeated by Fargo Shanley. As Newman takes low and away. And I got a full count. Newman's got that wide stance at the plate. Bat on his shoulder, now he puts it into action. Here's the payoff pitch. And that's low. Newman has drawn a 1-out walk. Well, you can't get 3 until you get a couple guys on base. Newman does exactly that to start the 7th. Brings up Jackson Colpin, who's also 0 for 2 today. Reached on an error in the first, struck out in the third, walked in the 5th. Colpin came in batting over 400. He's going to be close to the 400 mark after an 0 for 2. Johnson misses. Short hops it to Zeitz. Legacy's got action over there in the bullpen just in case. Got Gavin Bryce warming in the bullpen. Taking off is Newman for second. Throw down, and he is cut down. Oh, baby. 1 out in the 7th. Johnson quick home. Riker Zeitz with a strike down to second. Here's a Ryan Family Dealership replay. Good lead over there for Newman. Got a good jump. How about that delivery by Riker Zeitz? Ooh, on the money. 2-6 on the putout, and that is out number 2 here in the 7th. And a ground ball back to Cooper Johnson. He knocks it down, tosses it to first, and the Sabres have won Game 1. Final score on your BNC National Bank scoreboard, 8-5. Legacy gets 5 runs in the 6th, and they win this one to maintain a tie, or now they actually are leading the WDA with a 14-5 record. We'll come back and put a bow on Game 1. Our planning team financial advisor, Shots Crossroads postgame show comes up next. Sabres win Game 1 by 3 here on the PSP Network.
The nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of Finland Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by
Game one of the books, Legacy victorious 8-5 over the Jamestown Blue Jays. This is their Planning Team Financial Advisor, Shots Crossroads postgame show. Here's the final numbers. Legacy 8 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and the Sabres leave 6 on base. Jamestown with 5 runs, 4 hits, 4 errors, and the Jays leave 3 on base. As the pitching totals look like this, as Jackson Colpin is going to get hung with the loss today, as he pitches 5 2/3 innings, gives up 8 runs, none earned, 5 walks, 1 strikeout today. Perkins pitches the final inning and a third. For Legacy, Nate Heil goes 4 1/3, gives up 4 runs, 3 earned, strikes out 7, walks 3. Cooper Johnson comes in and gets the win, pitches 2 2/3 innings, gives up 1 hit, 1 run, walked 3, struck out 3 to pick up the win in relief for the Legacy Sabres. Yeah, a couple big days at the plate as we'll run a little Ryan Family Dealership replay package here. Man, you thought the Jays were in business when they got a 2 RBI knock. There you see the big hit by Harrison Johnson that put Legacy, tied the game at 5. And then here's the one that gave the Jays the lead back, a 2 RBI hit by Bennett Gaynor. So, yeah, you thought Jamestown was in business there as Legacy improves their record to 17-8, but most importantly now they are 14-5 in conference play, and they sit atop the WDA and now the Jamestown Blue Jays are 12-7, so now the Jays, eerily close to that play-in game, just depending on what happens here in Game 2 of our doubleheader. All right, fans, a couple things to do in our postgame. First up, it's our move of the game brought to you by Spas Etc. Spas Etc. been doing it in the capital city for nearly 25 years. Top-notch spa, hot tub, sauna, tanning bed sales and installation service. Been doing it since 2001. Also billiard tables and gazebos as well at spas, etc. Yeah, your move of the game today, I had a couple choices. Harrison Johnson hit was big, but I really like this. Thomas Newman can fly down the bases. How about this play here as Riker Zietz fires down and cuts down Thomas Newman trying to steal here in the 7th inning. There's your spas, etc. move of the game. Spa, hot tub, sauna, tanning bed, sales, installation, billiard tables, gazebos as well in their Bismarck, North Dakota store. All right, fans, and let's give you the schedule for the rest of the week here. Yeah, that's not the right one either. Man, how many times can I misdo this? We're going to get it squared away right here. There's the schedule for the rest of the week. Of course, you got baseball today, Jamestown Legacy, one more to go in this. Minot North and Bismarck and softball tonight. Century Minot High softball tomorrow, and then baseball on Thursday. Minot High and Minot North on a non-counter. Of course, you got WDA baseball next week, play-in games, and the WDA tournament next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday right here on the PSP Network. All right, fans, last thing for us, it's our MVP of the contest brought to you by Sport Clips. They keep you looking your best. Sport Clips, you can check in online with a hairstylist today at sportclips.com. Well, you go 2 for 3, score a run, and knock in 3 and hit a big fly in the 3-run 6th inning. None other than the senior Isaac Lewis is your game MVP today, and here's that 3-run bomb. It was tied at 5 with 2 outs in the 6th, and Lewis got one into the jet stream in right field and sent it to the wall. Home run, goodbye. And there's your MVP of the contest today, brought to you by Sport Clips. All right, there's your wrap in Game 1. We'll take an in-between game break here, brought to you by Magic Towing. You blow it, they'll tow it. Magic Towing, serving Western North Dakota. Puts a wrap on our planning team financial advisor, Shots Crossroads postgame show. Final score in Game 1. It's Legacy 8, Jamestown 5. We'll reset the cockpit and come back and bring you Game 2 after this timeout on the PSP Network.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
An injury can happen anywhere, at any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar, but when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemeen, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemeen, and McBride.
The foundation of the financial planning approach at Legacy Financial Partners is a personal relationship. Our unique and collaborative approach to financial planning starts with your dreams, not just the numbers. We will work with you regularly to take action to update your plan as your needs evolve, recommending products and services that are right for your situation.
For decades, Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Meet Gary. Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
Today, we deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center. We offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/Family Birth Center. Trinity Health, making more possible.
If it's fire damage, Agent Fred Iron. From burnt to unburnt, he does that.
Our history sets us on our path. From the moment we're born, we begin our walk through life. We learn so we can discover. We find our passion and develop our skills. We build relationships. We start thinking about what we're going to leave behind to those we love. Let our legacy help shape yours. First International Bank and Trust. No matter your place in life, we can help you live first.
Great news! If you're looking for a new vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
That sinking feeling you get when this happens? That's oil change-anxiety. The anxiety of being without a car with a billion things to do. The fear of being overcharged. The stress of not knowing where to go or who to trust. But you never get those feelings at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where you can watch us work right from your car, and we finish up in about 15 minutes.
We changed your oil and did our 18-point safety check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Service you can see, experts you can trust.
This presentation on the PSP.
The nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Point. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here.
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
At Shots Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day. So you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
Getting set for the tail end of 2 tonight as Legacy comes roaring back to win the opener. They trailed 5-3 going to the top of the 6th, and then Legacy plates 5 in that decisive 6th inning. The 3-run bomb by Isaac Lewis puts Legacy ahead to stay. As welcome you back to our Valvoline Instant Oil Change pregame show. Time of services that don't slow you down. 15-minute oil changes, locations in Minot and Bismarck. Find them online at VIOC.com. We mentioned our schedule this week. Quick glance at that again. You got softball tomorrow, Century and Minot. Baseball on Thursday, Minot High and Minot North in a non-counting game. And then here's those WDA standings again as it just got interesting now as Legacy is now ahead of the pack at 14-5. Of course, that's not updated. Jamestown falls to 12-7, so you got Williston at 11-7 now, and they play St. Mary's tomorrow for 2. Century at 10-8. They play Minot for a couple, so yeah, you could go. We mentioned this in the pregame that you could be the Jamestown Blue Jays and sweep tonight and have a chance to get into a tiebreaker and win the conference for the second time ever, the regular season title. Or if you lose a couple to Legacy tonight and Century and Williston end up winning, you could find yourself in a play-in game come next Monday. So, yeah, that is how tightly packed those WDA standings are, and they are, again, brought to you by Trusted Tire and Auto. All right, fans, as we get set for Game 2 oh, look at that. Yeah, we thought we had her figured out today, but apparently not. I just cannot get that thing to hook up today. But the officials, umpires, and the teams are exchanging cards, and the lineups look like this for Game 2. All right, first off, it'll be for Jamestown. They'll go like this in the field as, and then we'll give you the lineup right away, as Cale Verke will be playing second base and leading off. Thomas Newman will be on the hill today in Game 2. He'll be batting second. Jackson Colpin will be playing shortstop and bat third. Bennett Gaynor will be at first base, and he will be batting cleanup. Batting fifth is Brenner Weber, and he'll be catching today in Game 2. Ethan Otley will be your designated hitter, batting sixth. Braxton Perkins will be playing left field, and he will be batting seventh. Edison Walters will be your third baseman, and he'll be batting eighth. Batting ninth will be Mason Joseph, and DH can play in center today, but being DH for is Braden Heminger. So Verke, Newman, Colpin, Gaynor, Webster, Otley, Perkins, Walters, Joseph, and Heminger. All right, we'll get the national anthem in just a second here. We'll honor America with the playing of that is... Yeah, let's honor America with the playing of our national anthem today here at Jack Brown Stadium. you got a whole lot of wind and a little bit of the national anthem. It was a good organ version of it. All right, we mentioned that Jamestown lineup, and Thomas Newman will be on the hill to start for the Jays. Here's the legacy lineup for Coach Eddie Streeter in Game 2. Jack Juleson will be again batting leadoff and playing right field. Isaac Lewis in the 2-hole batting second and playing left field. Ben Watson around the outfield. There's those outfielders about 1, 2, 3. Watson in center, batting third. Drew Beasley will be batting cleanup, playing second. Riker Zietz will be at first base and batting fifth. Designated hitter is Carter Pearson. He'll be batting sixth. Brady Wick will be batting seventh and catching. Cooper Miller will be playing the hot corner and batting eighth. Harrison Johnson will be playing shortstop. And your pitcher today, Cole Wick. Now we'll get those pitching numbers for you in just a second here as we're just about set for baseball in Game 2 as the Jamestown Blue Jays take the field. Thomas Newman will be on the hill for the Jays. Newman will be just making his second start of the season. He's been battling some injuries, so they're just starting to stretch him out a little bit. He's pitched only 5 innings in the season, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 4 walks, 10 strikeouts, 2.80 earned run average, and a 2.5 strikeout to walk ratio for Thomas Newman. There you get a look at Thomas. And we get that center field cam rolling for Game 2. Wonder how long a wind's jockeying around, so we'll see how long that baby lasts. But here, thanks again to Valvoline Instant Oil Change for bringing you our pregame show. Timely services that don't slow you down. 15-minute oil changes, locations in Minot and Bismarck. Find them online at VIOC.com. They drug the infield, and we are just about set for baseball in Game 2. Are the Jays going to get a split here, or are the Legacy Sabres going to grab a much-needed sweep today? Let's take a look at the battle to the end. Of course, you got Jamestown Legacy playing today, and now Legacy's 2 games back of Legacy, or Jamestown's 2 games back of Legacy. Mandan and Dickinson tomorrow. Battle it out for one of those top spots, and Minot is at Century tomorrow. There's your look at the battle to the end here as the regular season comes to a conclusion today and tomorrow across the league. All right, just about set for baseball is Legacy will be bringing up Jack Juleson, Isaac Lewis, Ben Watson. Those guys have been 1, 2, and 3 for head coach Eddie Streeter much of the season. Of course, Eddie Streeter in his 8th season took over for Zach Wentz, your state coach of the year in 2021 and 24. Originally from Modesto, California. Played baseball for 2 years at Modesto Junior College. Then went to the University of Mary for a couple years. Former grad assistant out at UMary, and now the head man for the Legacy Sabres. All right, Thomas Newman is done with his warm-ups. He gets a quick visit from Brenner Weber, I beg your pardon, and Jack Juleson into the box. And we're set for Game 2 of our doubleheader today. And first pitch. Fastball, strike 1. Game time is 7:10. Thomas Newman misses outside. And that's ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Newman on the bump for Game 2, operating to Juleson. And he misses low and away. Jack Juleson with a base hit and an RBI in Game 1 and a 1-for-4 effort. He's got a 2 ball, 1 strike count. And the windup and the delivery from Newman drops down and misses inside. So our game time temperature in Game 2 is 93 degrees. South wind officially at 23. As there's a strike, 3-1. Public address announcer just said it's gusting to 92. Newman with a 3-2 delivery, and Juleson back up the box. Backhanded and a tough play. Edison Walters in there, couldn't grab it. That's got to be a base hit though for Juleson. I don't know if Walters is going to throw out Juleson anyway, as there's not too many guys that pick him up and put him down like Jack Juleson does. So now he is aboard at first, and he is an immediate threat to steal. Juleson with 12 stolen bases on the season. Newman to the dish, and Isaac Lewis takes ball one. And Thomas Newman drops down, hits the zone for strike one. Isaac Lewis, the big game in game one. 2 for 4, runs scored, 3 RBIs, including a ringing home run in the 6th inning to put Legacy ahead for good. And a big swing and a miss there for Lewis. And Newman ready with the 1-ball, 2-strike delivery, but Lewis steps out, asks for time, gets it. Legacy with an early threat. Juleson aboard. The base hit to start the affair. Newman to the plate. Low and away. Good stop there by Weber. And the count is even 2-2. Nobody out here in the top of the first. 94 degrees was the game time temperature in game one. Now still 93. Shot back up the middle. Fielded by Walters to second to Kolpin. Back to first, not in time. Good play there by Walters as Lewis reaches on a fielder's choice. Juleson retired 4-6, and that is out number one. And it'll bring up Ben Watson. Ben batting .333 on the season. And, of course, Ben batting over .300 last year on the team. Played for the Bismarck Governors last year. Happy to be back playing after an ACL surgery after the 2022 baseball season, or football season, I beg your pardon. Isaac Lewis also a threat to steal. Leads the team with 16 stolen bases, so he could be off and running. Newman quickly home, and he hits the zone. Strike two. No balls, 2 strikes. The lanky Newman fires it in. Strike 3. He gets Ben Watson looking. And there's 2 down here in the first. I don't know what Watson was looking for, but he wasn't looking for the dead red 0-2 pitch. Now Lewis has to scamper back quickly, and he's back safely. Quick move there by Newman. Kept Lewis at bay. Isaacs can run. I'd be surprised if he doesn't take off here at some point in time as Drew Beasley stands in. And he looks at ball one. Of course, Beasley, back from playing hockey in the North American League for the Minnesota Wilderness. There goes Lewis. He takes off for second. Throw down is not in time. Isaac Lewis just has his 17th stolen base of the season. And now he's got to get the dirt and grime and dust and everything else out of his sliding glove. Get Weber out there to have a quick visit with Thomas Newman. Maybe get a check on the singles with a runner at second for the first time here in the first. Jays looking to pick up a W here in game two and make sure they stay out of that 7 slots and avoid the play-in game in the WDA standings. Of course, still other things have to happen for that to transpire, as Williston would have to sweep and Century would have to pick up at least one against the Minot Magicians. Newman hits the zone. Strike one against Drew Beasley. 2 balls, 1 strike to the cleanup man, Beasley. And Newman will step off. Kolpin, the shortstop, he and Newman switch positions here for game 2. Newman gets the sign, and he will rock and fire, and he misses up and away, and that goes all the way to the backstop. Good bounce, and they fire it down to third, and they got Isaac Lewis. Ho-ho! Off the backstop and hit the J, and Jack Brown came right back to the catcher who fired it down to third, and Weber guns out Isaac Lewis. He throws it out to Edison Walters. And let's get you Ryan Family Dealership replay as it was a wild pitch. Watch that bounce. Right back to the catcher. Turns and guns it to third, and they cut down Lewis. How about that way to end the first? Half an inning in the books. Legacy goes down in order. As they get no runs, they get 1 hit and nobody left. Half an inning complete from Jack Brown. Jays coming up in the bottom of the first. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Bravera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts,
let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account,
to wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals. Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
We've learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
All right, there you go. Look at the southpaw sophomore Cole Wick on the hill for Game 2 for Legacy. Cole be making his 8th appearance on the season. 4 wins, no losses. 31 and a third innings pitched. He's given up 9 runs, 8 earned. Struck out 31 and walked 9. Just a 1.78 earned run average for the sophomore Cole Wick. Every time that wind gusts, it takes down my wireless link to my center field camera. So we just got to be patient with it. Here's the pitch for Cole Wick to start out the bottom of the first to Cale Verkey. Verkey's playing second. I inadvertently said Edison Walters was at second last inning. As the off speed stays outside. Got nice numbers for the sophomore Cole Wick. Team high in innings pitched, 1.78 earned run average. As Verkey gets a piece of that one. 127 walks to hits to innings pitched, and a team high 3.4 strikeout to walk ratio. Ooh, he just about dusted up Cale Verkey. Ducks out of the way. And Verkey has leveled the count 2-2. Against the southpaw Wick, he will rock and fire. And he fists it into the hands, fouled away. Into the right field baseball stands here. Wick will deal again, and Verkey fouls off another. And a swing and a miss. Verkey down swinging. That's out 1 here in the first. Cole Wick, second on the team in strikeouts. He just picked up his 32nd strikeout of the season. Nate Heil was 7 in the game 1. no decision, has 51 to pace the Sabres. Brings up Thomas Newman. And he takes inside ball one. Curveball comes in there for strike one. Thomas Newman scored 2 runs in game 1, officially 0 for 2, walked twice, reached on an error, was retired 3-1 in his plate appearances in game 1. Thomas batting .328 on the season. Looking to get the event started here in the first as Wick deals down low. And a shot towards right field. And it is right at Jack Juleson. The right fielder didn't really have to move a muscle. Juleson hauls that in, and Newman is retired F9 for out 2 here in the bottom of the first. And Jackson Colpin batting third for the Jays with 2 down here in the first. And he almost got hit. Skips out of the way. Colpin 0 for 3 in the opening game. Reached on an error, walked and scored, struck out. Grounded out to the pitcher. Off-speed delivery from Wick. Swing and a miss. Swing and a foul tip for Colpin. And the count level at 1-1. 2 down here in the first. Fastball from Wick. Nice mix of pitches here for the sophomore Wick. He's got that slow curve, and then he humps up a fastball that gets on top of you in a hurry when you're thinking about that off-speed pitch. Here's the 1-2. Fastball up. And a fister towards second. Beasley will collect that, and the Jays go quietly in the bottom of the first. A 1-2-3 snapper mow down inning. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We've completed 1 in game 2 from Jack Brown Stadium. Scoreless on your BNC Bank scoreboard. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
As a group of people living in the same place or sharing common goals. Community is the largest part of our name, and we make it the largest part of our business. We support our local schools, organizations, youth programs, and local events from Bowman to Bismarck, because we all share a common goal to better the quality of life in our communities. Come bank with us at Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your real community bank.
Nodak Insurance Company has been serving our state's residents in good times and challenging times. We come together for the greater good, from simple acts of kindness to company-wide efforts that make a difference in our community. It's who we are, rooted in North Dakota and ready to serve when it matters most. Nodak Insurance Company, agents with answers.
Darren Johnson, Cody Olson, and Scott Wilkins, your agents with answers in Mandan.
Todd Domry's back with you from Jack Brown Stadium. Good to have you tuned in to the PSP Network today, where we like to promote local athletes. Be sure to like and follow us on our social media platforms of Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Find out why the PSP Network is the fastest growing media company in the state of North Dakota. Couldn't do without all of you listening. Thanks to all of you tuning in from across the great state, from across wherever. Heck, I was just down in Arizona last week and settled into a little place down there, and folks telling me how much they enjoy watching the PSP Network from down there, the snowbirds and whatnots. As Thomas Newman out there for his second inning of work. Isaac Lewis got cut down to end the first inning, so Drew Beasley back at the dish for officially his first plate appearance, and that's a shot down the left field line. That's going to be extra bases. Drew Beasley will hustle to second. And a Cadillac double. Picked up by the left fielder and tossed in. And Drew Beasley has a double to start the second inning. Thrown in there by Braxton Perkins playing left. Here's a Ryan Family Dealership replay. Watch this little knuckleball down the third base line. Third baseman off the line. Beasley just shoots it that way. And he rolls into second with a double to start the second for Legacy. Newman to the plate. And he delivers high to Riker Zietz. Riker just keeps doing what he's doing. 2 for 4 and a run scored and an RBI in the opener, batting over 400 on the season. And he takes ball 2. Beasley with the ground ball doubles in scoring position with nobody down here in the top of the second. And Newman spoiled at the plate there by Zietz, fouls that back. Thanks to BNC Bank for bringing our scoreboard again. Locations in North Dakota, Minnesota, Arizona. BNC provides you with banking and wealth management service for your business and family. You can visit them online at bnc.bank. Newman got the high gas past Zietz. And now he spikes a curveball. Good stop there by Weber. Brenner, sophomore catcher, put that one right in the chest protector. And now Newman with a full count to Zietz. And he steps off. Hey, you wonder how long Coach Ranum will throw Thomas Newman out there. Just his second start. He's only pitched 5 innings on the season. They want to get him ready for WDA tournament play, but you just don't know how much arm strength he's got. Hasn't thrown that many innings as he walks. Riker Zietz. Newman just the 5 innings pitched. But they want him to be a horse for this team as a senior. Zietz draws the walk, and it brings up Carter Pearson, the designated hitter. 2 on, nobody out. Legacy got a couple hits to start this second game. And they fake a pickoff to second. Thomas Newman keeping an eye there on Drew Beasley. And Pearson will square around the bunts, and he can't get it down. First baseman Gaynor charging in hard. Third baseman staying home. That means Newman's got to cover the right side. Hop off the mound over there. That's where Pearson would like to bunt it if he could. This time he's swinging away. Bouncing ball up the middle. Fielded by Copeland. Steps on second to first, and a twin killing. 6U, 6-3 on the double play. Well, let's get your Ryan Family Dealership replay of that one as Legacy. Oh, that was the Beasley one. I apologize for that. Didn't have the right replay loaded up there, but nonetheless, I think you guys got the music playing. Zietz retired 6 unassisted. That's the first out. Pearson retired 6-3. That's the second out. It brings up Brady Wick. Brady catching today. Well, now there's 2 outs and a runner on third. Newman got out of a mini jam in the first inning when they threw out Isaac Lewis at third. Now he's the beneficiary of a 6-3 double play in the second. Newman has heated up the fastball a couple times here and blown it past Wick. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count to the 7-hitter. And a ground ball base hit. That is slashed through the right side. And Brady Wick has an RBI base hit. And Legacy's on the board. Let's get your Ryan Family Dealership replay. Drew Beasley will scamper home. Fastball on the outside half, and Wick just filleted it right through the 3-4 hole. And just like that, Legacy has a 1-zip lead here in the second. Brady Wick with the base knock, and now he'll get pinch ran for by Tavian Hawk. I beg your pardon, Ethan Urlacher. And they bring him back to first. It was 5, not 15. Urlacher dusts himself off over there. Newman to the belt, and he delivers outside to Cooper Miller. Cooper Miller, 1 for 4 with an RBI and a fly ball to left field. Calling for it, standing under it, and fielding it is your left fielder. That is Braxton Perkins, and Legacy is down. Cooper Miller F7, and the Sabres get a run, however, and take the lead. They score 1 on 2 hits, and the Sabres lead 1. New score after 1.5 complete from Jack Brown. Sabres on top, 1-zip over the Jays, and Jamestown Blue Jays coming up to bat here in the bottom of the second. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Seek transformation. ServPro's construction program brings both vision and precision. From that very first hammer strike to the final touch of paint, our dedication remains unwavering. It's not just about remodeling, it's about legacy. In Minot and Bismarck, ServPro is your partner in transformation. We don't just build back, we elevate every space.
Relax, Spas Etc., Bismarck's #1 hot tub and sauna dealer, brings luxury and wellness straight to your home. Discover top brands, Sundance Hot Tubs and Michael Phelps Swim Spas that deliver not just relaxation, but real therapeutic benefits. Right now, save up to $5,000 or enjoy up to 72 months interest-free financing. Visit us today at 1420 East Main Avenue in Bismarck and experience the best deals for yourself.
Second inning today brought to you by Minot State University. Best way to create your future is to create it, or the best way to predict your future is to create it. Be seen, be heard, be you at MSU. That's fighting words around these parts. Of course, Jamestown and Minot State, fierce rivals in the old NDCAC in the NAIA days. As Bennett Gaynor steps in, nubs one to third. Cooper Miller, silky smooth play as it looked like Brooks Robinson over there, man in the hot corner. Let's get your Ryan Family Dealership replay of that pick. Little slow rolling, a swinging bunt by Gaynor. Miller comes in and slingshots it over to first. Nice play. Gaynor retired 5-3. He is the first out here in the bottom of the second. Cole Wick out there for his second inning of work, and he has looked good, and he's facing now Brenner Weber. Yeah, tough matchup for the lefty. Takes inside. Curveball, strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike to Weber. Another curveball, another strike. Weber was 1 for 3 in the opening game. Singled into fourth, and then was promptly picked off first. And the 1-2 is just outside. Two-two delivery, swing and a miss. Wick will toss it down to first, but it's too high. Riker Zietz couldn't grab it. Coach Streeter says, hey, man, just rifle the ball down there. Don't throw a lollipop. You aimed it, and it goes high, and it's going to be a strikeout and an E2 as Weber will reach on the air. And it brings up Ethan Otley. Otley's the DH in Game 2. Oh, wait a minute. Well, they say Zeitz did stay on the bag. I beg your pardon. So there are 2 outs here in the second. I completely thought Zeitz came off the bag and wasn't able to keep the shoestrings on there, but instead they say he was able to do it. So Ali takes a fastball up top, and the count's 1-1. Curveball in for strike 2. Of course, Ethan Otley, also hockey D-man. We mentioned his 7 RBI game against Dickinson a few days ago. And he slaps one towards second. Fielded by Beasley, flips it over to Zeitz, and a quiet second inning for Jamestown as they go down in order. 2 quality innings of work there for Cole Wick to get things started for the Sabres. We've completed 2. 1-0. Legacy on top. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese. It has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Easy. They take care of their customers.
That's right, Carson. You may be number 11 on the field, but at First Western, you and our customers are never just a number.
First Western provides the best in customer service.
When our customers call with a question, we answer their call personally.
Now that's pro-level service.
Thanks, Carson. Professional, friendly, full-service banking is what you can count on at First Western.
First Western. You can bank on us.
We get set for the top of the third. Legacy on top on your BNC Bank scoreboard. 1-0. Sabres win the opener 8-5 here at Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. Got the Bobcats working out in left field as they're getting set for new baseball, softball complex here. Tennis courts also in the vicinity. Good things going in the Jamestown High School programs and numbers and baseball and softball. And right up there in the top of the WDA standings this year are the Jays. Thomas Newman out there for his 3rd inning of work. And Harrison Johnson takes ball 1. And now Johnson will foul that one back. Newman with 37 pitches thus far as we start the third. Johnson with a line drive to second, and that is flagged down. Second baseman Cale Verkey took a step and rose up and grabbed it out of the air, and that is an L4. Harrison Johnson retired. And it brings up the leadoff man, Jack Juleson. Juleson, base hits in the first and then was forced off. Takes strike 1. Of course, Jack Juleson, the all-WDA wide receiver cornerback for the Sabres, and he slaps one toward third, and it gets by. Walters couldn't handle it. Juleson, hard turnaround first. And I think that's going to be a hit. Yeah, that was a tough hop there for Walters. That's why they call it the hot corner. And it'll bring up Isaac Lewis. Yeah, Jack Juleson, of course, his older sister, Jocelyn Juleson, the Century grad, was a all-stater and a state champion for the Patriots, and then Jack decided to go to Legacy. As Newman fires in strike 1. Isaac Lewis at the dish. Flies one to right field. Out is the second baseman, in is the right fielder. That thing got a lot of wind, and it sails out of play. Yeah, giving chase for the Jamestown Blue Jays there, or your right fielder, Mason Joseph, and your second baseman, Cale Verke. They tried to close, but just got a lot of wind as it's been howling in from center and from left predominantly throughout the game in the 20-mile-an-hour range. Lewis, good cut there, fouls it back. As we mentioned earlier, Jack Juleson, a threat to run over at first. Juleson with a dozen steals on the season. Newman quickly home, and strike three. Isaac Lewis takes that one looking, and that's out number 2. Brings up Ben Watson. Watson, a strikeout victim looking in the first. There goes Juleson. And the ball gets away. And Juleson in with a stolen base. Steal number 13 on the season for Jack Juleson. All you saw was a dust cloud. Juleson hiking off and taking off for second. Call was a strike. Fastball fouled back. And that got somebody. I think they got the catcher more so than the... I want to go a replay. I want to see who actually caught that. Oh, got just the tail end of it. He didn't quick enough on the draw. Yeah, I think that got Weber, the catcher, just based on the reaction of the umpire. He asked for some new baseballs and gave Weber a chance to shake off the cobwebs as snowballs 2 strikes now to the 3-hole hitter, Ben Watson. Jack Juleson in scoring position at second. Newman to the belt, and he will rock and fire, and it gets away. To the backstop it goes, and Juleson will scamper to third. Wild pitch. And Newman's been able to get out of these jams. He had Lewis in scoring position in the first, had Beasley with a leadoff double in the second, and then Legacy got one more hit and a walk and just got 1 run. And now the Sabres with Juleson on at third here in the third. And a check swing by Watson, they say did not go. They didn't even appeal down there to check that as 2's around, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the second. Check that, the third. And Watson will foul that one back. Hey fans, today's game brought to you in part by ServPro, 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's ServPro. Here's the 2-2. Newman curveball just inside. Watson spun away from that, and now he's got a full count. Ben Watson, the senior, against the senior Thomas Newman. Payoff pitch. And he checked and held. And Ben Watson will draw a 2-out walk. Runners at the corners here for Legacy. And Drew Beasley steps up to the dish. Beasley with an opposite field double in the first. Or check that, in the second. Walked twice and went 0 for 2 in the opener. And Beasley takes outside ball 1. Thomas Newman with a wry glance into the Jays dugout. Ben Watson in a first and third situation. Watson also a threat to steal. Ben's got 7, make it 8 steals after 1 in the opening game on the season. He stays put, and Newman misses up and away, and now he's behind the count to the cleanup man Beasley with Riker Zietz looming on deck. Newman's got to find a strike, and he can't do it. Yeah, Thomas, just 5 innings pitched in the season. He's pitched 2 today. And you wonder how much gas this guy's got in the tank. He hasn't got to work a lot as he works in strike one. He's been rehabbing and getting ready to pitch. Been playing, just hasn't been able to pitch. And he loses Beasley. And that will load him up. And you're going to get a mound visit today. Brought to you in part by First International Bank and Trust. Full-service, family-owned independent community bank built on the bond between employees and customers. Founded in 1910. Locations in Arizona, Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota. Find them online at FIBT.com. All right, big moment in Game 2 here. You got the leading hitter for Legacy up, Riker Zietz, with a 400 batting average plus. Walked in the first, in the second, I beg your pardon. Thomas Newman will deal. Zietz will take strike one. It's probably a great time to visit the mound there for Weber. Go out there and let Newman catch his breath and get ready to rock and fire here. Comes with a curveball and it gets away. And scampering home is going to be Jack Juleson. Just out of the reach of Weber, and Legacy increases their lead. Now you see the reach here by Weber. Just skipped off his glove, and then Juleson motoring home. He scores Legacy's second run via the wild pitch. Legacy leads 2-0. Runners advance to second and third. That's Watson and Beasley. Zietz looking to do some more damage here as Newman with a 1-ball, 1-strike count is out of the windup. And he hits the zone, strike two. Still a big position here to keep Legacy at bay. Riker Zietz just missed. Newman wanted that one. Kicks a little dirt behind the mound. It's a 2-2 count. Two's wild. Here in the top of the third. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. To Riker Zietz. And it gets away again. Another wild pitch is going to bring Ben Watson home. Is the curveball not operating right now for Thomas Newman, and Weber having a hard time blocking him. Watson comes home on the wild pitch. So Legacy's going to play a couple here. Still got Riker Zietz with a man at third. And that one's foul back. Zietz again, 2 for 4 in the opening game. Walked in his lone trip to the plate here in Game 2. And he's facing a full count. Senior to senior. Beasley at third. And inside. Ball 4. Well, Newman had 2 outs in the inning, but then back-to-back walks and now some wild pitches have plated a couple legacy runs, and now they got runners at first and third. Beasley at third, Zietz at first, and at the plate is Carter Pearson, the designated hitter, and he takes strike one. Riker Zietz with 9 stolen bases. He's the threat to steal as Newman scampers him back. He's got a good lead over there at first. And there he goes. Throw down, and it's going to be cut off. Verke came in to cut that off just in case Beasley decided to dart home. So you're going to give Riker Zietz a stolen base, and Legacy just racking up the steals here. 2 more runners in scoring position. Pitch was a ball, so now it's one ball, 1 strike to Pearson, who grounded out to short in the first, or in his first trip. That was actually in the second inning. And Newman's just grinding out here to get through the third. Fouled away at the plate. Newman up to 65 pitches here through 2 2/3. And a swing and a miss. He blows it right past Carter Pearson, and the third inning comes to a conclusion. But Legacy gets a couple runs, and they get just one hit, and they leave 2. And a new score from Jack Brown Stadium. We've completed 2.5. And on your BNC Bank scoreboard, it's now Legacy 3, Jamestown 0, bottom of third. Comes up next here on the PSP Network.
Relax, Spas Etc., Bismarck's #1 hot tub and sauna dealer, brings luxury and wellness straight to your home. Discover top brands, Sundance Hot Tubs and Michael Phelps Swim Spas that deliver not just relaxation, but real therapeutic benefits. Right now, save up to $5,000 or enjoy up to 72 months interest-free financing. Visit us today at 1420 East Main Avenue in Bismarck and experience the best deals for yourself.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Bravera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts
Let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account.
to wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals. Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
All right, here we go in the bottom of the third. Jamestown will have Braxton Perkins, Edison Walters, and Mason Joseph up there against Cole Wick, who has looked impressive through 2. And the Sabres have staked him to a 2-run lead, and now a pop-up on the infield. First baseman's calling for it. Oh, that was actually a pretty good play as Riker Zietz was looking around, and then all of a sudden he decided to look back up and see where the baseball was. He almost overran it. But Zietz comes in and puts it away. F3 is the put out. And there's one down here in the third. Brings up Edison Walters. First at bat of the game. Didn't play in the opening game. Edison, 42 at bats on the season, batting .333. Of course, the younger brother of Mason Walters. Yeah, nice basketball season did Edison. 14 points in a qualifying game against St. Mary's did Edison. If he grows to be 6'8" like his older brother, man, he will be a dude. Don't know if that frame is going to grow to 6'8", but nonetheless, Edison a good basketball, baseball player. One down here in the bottom of the third. Cole Wick. Fastball fouled away. Walters spoils that one. There's some activity there from the Blue Jay bench. Some of those underclassmen are going to go scamper after that one. As it's a 2-ball, 2-strike delivery, and a swing and a miss. Cole Wick pulled the string. Walters down swinging. And there's 2 outs here in the third. Ryan Family Dealership replay. Comes the slow hook here from Wick. Swing and a miss there for Walters. And it brings up Mason Joseph, right fielder. Joseph, 28 at-bats on the season. Another one of those sophomores for the Jays. That doesn't pull the trigger on that inside miss. And Wick hasn't been behind much. He's been efficient. It's 35 pitches. He's completed 2 1/3. And he missed 3 straight here to Joseph. And Jamestown with the 9-batter up, looking for their first base runner of the evening. And Wick promptly plunks him. Joseph was going to walk anyway, but he's going to get on board via the hit by pitch. And it brings up the leadoff man, Cale Verke, a strikeout victim in the first. Jays have their first base runner in the contest. Still looking for the first hit are the Jays in game 2. See the fans looking, they're kind of huddled like in the shade. As Wick drops a hook in there for strike 1. You get a lot of folks in the first base line here. That's the shaded portion. Of course, the stands, the grandstands. Has Verke with a swing and a miss. So you get a Wick who just walked. Mason Joseph actually hit him. Was going to walk him anyway. And now he's ahead. As Cooper Miller at third is going to knock that one down as Verke put it in play. Miller's been so good this season, but that one smothered him up. And that's going to be an error. Cale Verke will reach on the E5. And now the Jays got 2 runners on just in time for Thomas Newman. Now you want to get back into a game, get Newman at the plate with a couple ducks on the pond. 2 down here in the third. Wick delivers, and Newman was hacking. Fastball looking, and he got a pitch that he liked and fouled it back. Thomas flew out to right field, hit one right on the button, but Juleson didn't have to move in the first. Wick goes off speed, stays outside. Your battery is Wick to Wick for the Sabres in game 2. One count, 2 down here in the bottom of the third. Wick comes fastball, and Newman takes that up and in. And now the Wicks are going to talk about it. You get Cole Wick, the sophomore on the hill, and you get Brady Wick, the junior, catching today. Yeah, Thomas Newman. How about the basketball season he had? Number 3 in the WDA in scoring. Number 2 in free throw percentage. Number 4 in steals. Number 8 in assists. Number 3 in blocks. That is a stat sheet stuffer right there. Good multi-sport athlete, Newman. Baseball, basketball guy. Backup quarterback in football as well. Could deliver a big hit here for the Jays. And there's a lashing ball into right center field. And that one is going to roll to the wall. Extra bases for Newman. He wheels into second base. They're going to send the second man home. There's going to be a play at the plate. It's cut off and not in time. A 2 RBI ringing double to the right field center gap for Thomas Newman. Joseph scores. Verke scores. And just like that, Jamestown's back in the game. Ryan Family Dealership replay. This is a rack. That ball was on a line. Wick delivered it off speed, and Newman belted it into right center field. 2-run score on the 2 RBI ringing double. And now Jackson Colpin can tie it up with a hit. Thomas Newman with a big hit there for the Jays. The 2 RBI, 2-out double. Colpin takes in. Well, that is just what the Jays needed for the home crowd to get up off their seats. Thomas Newman delivers a 2-out knock. Wick hardly hadn't even been touched up as he retired 8 straight before walking, actually hitting Mason Joseph. And then an error. And next thing you know, 2 runs are in. That's how the Jays have been doing it, just finding ways. Jackson Colpin, as we're looking for a pick there with the third base coach. Colpin now down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Newman off a second. He'll score on any kind of hit. He's got good wheels. Colpin fouls it off. Oh, excuse me. It is not fouled off. It is wedged toward short. Harrison Johnson grabs it, and Colpin is retired F6. My eyes were deceiving me there as the San Quentin bars got the best of me in front of me. All right, fans, that'll put a wrap to the third inning here for the Jays. But Jays get 2 runs on just a single hit, and they leave 1. And a new score as we've completed 3 from legendary Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. It's now 3-2. The Jays score 2. Jamestown trails Legacy 3-2 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. Top of the 4th comes up next year on the PSP Network.
8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day, so you can smother your dinner salad with it. Dip those crispy golden French fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
Financial plan or planning for farm or business succession. Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Todd Domery's back with you from Jack Brown Stadium as we get set for the top of the 4th. Jamestown just made it a game as Legacy was threatening to run away as they'd put up 3 with runs in the second, a single run in the second, 2 runs in the third, but the Jays get a ringing 2-out double from Thomas Newman. Helps himself, and he'll step on the hill and pitch here in the top of the 4th. And he'll be facing Brady Wick, Cooper Miller, and Harrison Johnson. 7, 8, and 9 in the Legacy order. As Newman misses ball 2. Swing and a miss. Wick up there hacking. Had a base hit and an RBI, did Brady Wick to the opposite field. And he takes strike 2. Tom Newman working quickly here in the 4th. And he will rock and fire. Curveball stays away. And a full count to Brady Wick. Ground ball on the left side. Oh, and a big hop there for Walters. And it goes off of his mitt. Edison Walters couldn't come up with that one. We'll look for the official indication. I think that one's probably going to be an error. Brady Wick will come off. Urlacher will come on to run. Urlacher's got 5 steals on the season, so he's a threat to take off. Newman to the plate, and a bunt is down. Newman has it. Quick throw to second. They got him. Man, that was a decisive play there by Thomas Newman. I don't know if Weber was telling him and if that was just instinctive for Thomas Newman, but he turned and rifled that thing to Jackson Colpin at short. The pinch runner, Urlacher, is retired 1-6. That's out number 1. Cooper Miller reaches on the fielder's choice, and it brings up the 9-hitter, Harrison Johnson. Cooper Miller, probably one of the lone guys in the Sabre lineup, not really a threat to steal. And you look up, and Cooper Miller's already still got 5 stolen bases, so maybe he'll take off as he'll scamper him back to first. Harrison Johnson, another productive day. 2 for 4 in the opener. Lined out to the second baseman here in game 2. Hot shot to Verke at second. Cooper Miller gets that lead at first. And a swing and a miss. Pulled the string, did Thomas Newman. Harrison Johnson looking dead red, and now Newman with one down here in the 4th. Looking to get the 9-man before the lineup turns over. There goes Johnson. Takes off, fire down to second, not in time. And a stolen base for Cooper Miller. A runner in scoring position. Legacy, boy, they run the base passes aggressively. The base paths aggressively do the Legacy Sabres. And so in there, you're going to see coming in your screen just a second, Cooper Miller right there. As he took off and stole second, and now he's going to advance to third. Cooper Miller. Harrison Johnson, by the way, was called out on strikes, as that is out number 2. So it brings up Jack Juleson. Wild pitch takes Cooper Miller to third, so another runner in scoring position. This has been a theme here in all the innings that Newman has pitched. He's been threatened with runners in scoring position. Juleson, a 2-for-2 day going. Singled in the first and singled in the third did Jack Juleson. Also had a base hit and an RBI and a 1-for-4 game 1. Looking for a 2-out hit. He takes up. Cooper Miller at third. Legacy leading by a single run here. And a swing and a miss for Juleson. Of course, Jack, just a junior. He's got ambitions to go play D1 football. He's got some D2 offers, does Jack Juleson. See where he ultimately ends up. Wants to be a defensive back in college. Good athletic kid. Fouls that one out from Thomas Newman. Was a good player for Chris Clements and the Legacy Sabres football team. All WDA performer. As here's the 2-2 with 2 down. In the 4th, and a swing and a miss. Thomas Newman rears back and blows it by Juleson, and the Sabres are down. No runs. Legacy gets no hits, and they leave a runner. And we've completed 3.5 from Jack Brown Stadium in Jamestown. 3-2 Legacy leads on your BNC Bank scoreboard. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Have over 60 years combined experience in the field. Not only are we writing estimates, talking with customers, we're in the shop working alongside of our team members.
I've always had a very strong passion for repairing vehicles. I've been doing it since I've been in high school, and I've always enjoyed seeing the vehicle repaired back to their original conditions.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve the Bismarck-Mandan community for the last 7 years. We look forward to expanding into our new addition to better serve our customers, Centennial Collision and Paint.
Rooted in the heart of our vibrant communities stands Bravera Bank, offering complete financial services for banking, wealth management, and insurance. From home loans and checking accounts
Let me tell you about the cashback rewards with this account.
to wealth management, we'll help you forge your path ahead.
Let's create a plan to reach your financial goals. Sounds great.
With specialty insurance coverage, our advisors ensure your operation can carry on.
Looks like it's going to be a great harvest.
The shadow's starting to creep in here at Jack Brown Stadium. As you get Cole Wick on the bump, as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Legacy on top, 3-2 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. He's facing Bennett Gaynor. And a shot into center field. Calling for it is the center fielder, Ben Watson. And in front of Isaac Lewis, he calls him off, and Gaynor on one pitch flies out to center field, and there's one down here in the 4th. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for Legacy. 2 runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the Jamestown Blue Jays. And it brings up Brenner Weber. That's a mouthful for me for some reason. And finally, it seems like the temperature's gone down a couple degrees. Maybe we're finally in the shade here in the first baseline press box. It's a little more comfortable as game time was 93 degrees. Winds in the 20s as Weber will wave and miss. Winds in the 20s consistently gusting to 30 on a hot kind of blast furnace day here in North Dakota. And Wick will set him down. Fastball, strike 3. Weber is down on strikes. And Cole Wick. I'll get your Ryan Family Dealership replay of that one. Wick just picked up his 4th strikeout. Went to the gas on the outside half. And Weber unable to pull the trigger, and it brings up the DH, Ethan Otley. Otley also a hockey guy for the Jays. As there's quickly 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th. Otley with a fly ball into short center field. Watson comes in, calls, and grabs, and the Jays are down in order. Couple flyouts to Ben Watson in that frame, and no runs, no hits, nobody left for Jamestown. 4 complete from the Buffalo City tonight. Top of the 5th comes up next. Legacy leads 3-2 on your BNC Bank scoreboard.
At any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar. But when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
As pages in a history book, a time gone by. But even in this modern world, there are new frontiers to conquer. Whether you're tending the land to grow a better tomorrow or growing a business for new opportunities, the work you do powers the world. Exploring the frontier means stepping forward, shaping the future for yourself and for those around you. First International Bank and Trust, helping you live first, one step at a time.
Good to have you tuned into the PSP Network tonight. I'd like to promote local athletes as we head to the top of the 5th. And Thomas Newman will be out there looking to work his 5th inning tonight. He's got 85 pitches through 4. He's given up 3 runs on 4 hits. And he'll be facing the heart of the legacy order. Isaac Lewis, Ben Watson, Drew Beasley. That's 2-3-4 for the Sabres. Lewis 0 for 2 in this contest. Struck out looking and reached on a fielder's choice. Lewis was the MVP of Game 1. 2 for 4 with a 3-run blast in the 6th inning to put Legacy ahead for good. Whoops, wrong button there. I beg your pardon. As Lewis takes strike 2. Newman ahead, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The lanky right-hander will rock and fire. And a ground ball into left field. Lewis has his first hit in Game 2. And the leadoff man is aboard. And now you get Lewis out there with his 17 stolen bases on the season. So if you're Weber and Newman, you're going to have to keep track of Isaac Lewis here over at first. Ben Watson steps in, a strikeout and a walk in his 2 trips. He scored in the 3rd. And they chase Isaac Lewis back at first. He dives in safely. Thomas Newman takes a deep breath. He's up towards 90 pitches in the contest. And Ben Watson fouls that one away. Into the netting. Watson with another good season. Had a great season last year for Legacy. Team high 10 hit by pitches for Ben Watson. He stands right on top of the plate. That is the one category, I think I've mentioned this before, that I don't know if you want to be a team leader and hit by pitches. I guess you can get on base, as Watson right up there in the team leaders in on-base percentage, with 500 on-base percentage. But look at, he's just hugging the plate as he stands up there. But he's down 0-2. Lewis at first with a lead. And Watson flies one into right field. Cameron Joseph collects that, puts it away, and Watson is down F9 for the first out here in the fifth. And it brings up Drew Beasley. Yeah, Drew was part of the Killer Bees a couple years ago. Him and Marcus Butts put up numbers. He was number 2 in scoring in high school hockey in North Dakota, and he flies one in front of the Legacy bench, and Thomas Newman grabs it. He and Edison Walters were over there, and Newman just a little taller, so he grabbed it away from Walters, and Beasley is retired F1. Yeah, Drew Beasley, back to that just for a second. The all-WDA tennis player, all-state hockey, all-WDA hockey. Number 2 in scoring, 59 points in the state of North Dakota 2 years ago, 28 goals, 31 assists. Was playing NHL hockey for the Minnesota Mallards this past winter. Of course, that was the problem, is Beasley came back and didn't have the required number of practices, and that's why Legacy had to forfeit those 2 games against the Century Patriots. Apparently it was self-reported, didn't have the required practices, and those 2 wins by Legacy turned into 7-0 forfeit losses, and since then, Legacy's won 11 out of 13. So they haven't let it define their season, that's for sure. They still probably could have a chance to have a share of the WDA title, of course, depending on how the rest of this game shakes out, as Riker Zietz steps in. 1 ball, 1 strike, and Riker spoils that one. 2 down here in the fifth. Thomas Newman, a story on the hill today as he's approaching 100 pitches. He's got 95 pitches, now 96 in the contest for the lanky right-hander. He's got 2 down here in the fifth. This is probably his last inning of work. Isaac Lewis still a threat to steal over there at first. Newman has gotten consecutive outs after Lewis had a base hit to start the inning. And now a tapper towards the Legacy bench. Can't flag it down the dugout. Eddie Streeter just casually strolls over and grabs it. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes to Zietz. Riker 2 for 4 in the first game and has walked twice here in contest number 2. Just keeps putting up numbers, does Riker, batting .422 on the season. And a number towards second. Fielded up by Verke. He tosses it over to Gaynor, and Zietz is retired. Hey, and a tip of the cap to Thomas Newman. That's probably done for him, as we'll close the book for him. 5 innings pitched for him, up near 100 innings, or 100 pitches thrown. And he's kept Jamestown in the contest with also a double and 2 RBIs. We'll head to the bottom of the fifth. 4.5 complete from Jack Brown Stadium. The score remains Legacy 3, Jamestown 2. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Gary is an ordinary guy, but right now Gary has car trouble. Gary doesn't know about magic towing. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing. We are here to help 24/7. Magic Towing in Western North Dakota. Don't be like Gary. Remember the name and the number. It's Magic Towing.
Deliver more wonderful birthdays at Trinity Health Family Birth Center.
we offer all new private, family-centered suites. Our maternity team provides more personalized support, advanced care, and the reassurances of a NICU and a neonatologist on staff. Take a virtual tour at trinityhealth.org/Family Birth Center. Trinity Health, making more possible.
Coming into the games tonight, Legacy had won 7 of the last 10 against Jamestown. That's dating back to the COVID year. Legacy's win in Game 1 means the Sabres have now won 8 of the last 11 against these Jamestown Blue Jays. 3-2 as we start the bottom of the 5th. And the Jays will have Braxton Perkins, Edison Walters, Mason Joseph up. That is 7, 8, 9. Looking to turn that order around to Verke at the top. Cole Wick out there for his 5th inning of work. 59 pitches for Wick on the evening. And like I said, a tip of the cap to Thomas Newman. He's going to finish the night with, we assume, with 5 innings pitched and 98 pitches thrown tonight. Struck out 5, walked 4. Gave up 3 runs and just 1 earned for Thomas Newman. We assume as there's activity brewing in the Jays pen that Thomas's night is done. They'll get him ready for WDA tournament play next week. And they'll have to have some confidence going in there with the arms of Kolpin and Newman heading into the WDA tournament next week, as Wick has got a full count here to Braxton Perkins. And the payoff pitch, and Wick lost him. Perkins will saunter down to first, and the leadoff man is on via the walk here in the 5th. Well, that is that'd be eerily similar to how the 4-run 5th started last game with a Braxton Perkins leadoff walk. That started the 4-run 5th. See if the Jays can replicate that. As they toss it over to first. Perkins back. Wick has to shield his eyes. Now that first base to pitcher throw is right in the line of fire from the sunshine. And a chopper towards third, and it's going to be muffed there by Harrison Johnson. And that's another play. I think that one's going to be a hit. As Edison Walters tapped it in the hole. And the Sabres have given a walk and a base hit here in the 5th. And it brings up Mason Joseph, who squares around the bunt and takes strike one. Look at where Riker Zietz ended up. He was out there checking out what kind of gum Mason Joseph was chewing. He was so far in. He is halfway down the line. Joseph squares the bunt, pops it up. Oh, and just fouls. There's your first baseman over there looking to make a play. That's as hard of a charging person as you'll ever see. As Zietz, take a look where he's starting as we go back to that full cam view. With 2 on here, nobody out in the 5th. Jays with the 9-batter, Mason Joseph up, who was hit by a pitch and came around and scored in the 2-run 3rd. And he takes high. And you can see where Zietz is. He's well in on the grass. And then if Joseph squares around the bunt, which he's not, as they try to throw a pickoff down to second, now they got him hung out, but beating the throw into third was Braxton Perkins. They threw it behind him, but Perkins just took off for third. He advances, as does Edison Walters. So now you got 2 runners in scoring position, and the Jays have an excellent opportunity here to take a lead. As they did call Mason Joseph out on strikes, so he did strike out, so there is 1 down. Brings up Cale Verke, the leadoff man. Checks his swing on the high fastball. Yeah, there was so much activity there as Wick threw it down to second, trying to pick off the runner, Perkins. I didn't see the umpire ring up Joseph, but he called him out on strikes. And there's one down, still 2 on. And a little curveball dropped in there by Wick. Base hit could give the Jays a lead. And you got Verke at the dish. And then coming up to bat next on deck is Thomas Newman as Verke takes outside. 3 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for Legacy. 2 runs, a hit, and an error for the Jays, but they're threatening here in the 5th. Verke takes strike 2. And the count even, 2-2. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Wick from the belt. And he blew it past him. Big strikeout there. 2 ducks on the pond. Verke strikes out for the 2nd time in game 2. And can Thomas Newman do it again? We'll find out in just a second. You get a mound visit here, brought to you tonight by BNC National Bank. Your life's busy. They make managing money easy. Locations in North Dakota and Arizona. Visit BNC Bank online at bnc.bank. Bring you tonight's mound visit. You can look at Eddie Streeter there. As the Sabres are going to have a pitching change. We'll close the book on Cole Wick, and we'll let you know who's going to be the next arm out there for Legacy with 2 runners on, and Thomas Newman will be batting next for the Jays. He just had a 2 RBI knock as a double to the right center field gap in his last at bat, with Legacy leading 3-2 here in the 5th. Pitching change here on the PSP Network.
Learned a lot about why local matters. Unlike those guys, we take pride in our work and back our tires with our Plus Plan guarantee to get the most out of your tire's lifespan.
Are the tires the same size on all the sides?
We strive to provide great value to our guests and lowest prices guaranteed.
That's not good.
Stop at a trusted tire and auto and get a set of tires from people you know and trust, and will even match those guys.
Vehicle, Ryan Family Dealerships has the best selection we've had in years. You'll find fantastic offers from Nissan, Honda, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Hold up! Ryan sells Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram?
Yes, we do, and we'd love to sell one to you. Visit one of our 5 convenient locations in Minot and Williston. Get your next vehicle from a name you know and trust. Ryan Family Dealerships.
Now we'll close the book on Cole Wick. 4 2/3 innings pitched, gives up just 1 hit, 2 runs, none earned, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts, and he turns it over to Riker Zietz. And he's facing Thomas Newman, and he pumps in strike 1. Riker Zietz making his 7th appearance, got a 5-0 record and a 3.15 earned run average for the Sabres. And Newman fists one down the right field line. That is foul. And quickly, Riker Zietz on top. No balls, 2 strikes. 2 ducks on the pond, 2nd and 3rd. Can the Jays get another big hit from Newman? And a Texas leaguer in the left field, and it's going to be down. Base hit. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. And Newman is going to be thrown out at second, but both runs will score. And Thomas Newman has done it again. A 2 RBI base hit, plates Perkins, plates Walters. Newman is thrown out. 7-2-6. He's the third out of the inning, but the Jamestown Blue Jays have taken a lead. Here's a Ryan Family Dealership replay. Newman just wedged one just past Harrison Johnson, just in front of Isaac Lewis. How about the jump there by Walters? He motored around and scored easily, and we'll head to the 6th inning. Just like last game, with the Jamestown Blue Jays having a lead, can they hang on this go-around? End of 5 complete from Jack Brown Stadium. New score, Jays 4, Legacy 3. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
As a group of people living in the same place or sharing common goals. Community is the largest part of our name, and we make it the largest part of our business. We support our local schools, organizations, youth programs, and local events from Bowman to Bismarck because we all share a common goal to better the quality of life in our communities. Come bank with us at Dakota Community Bank and Trust, your real community bank.
At any time, to anyone. It's not really something you can schedule on your calendar. But when it happens to you and it's not your fault, there's one law firm to remember. That firm is Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride. We live here and take pride in helping our community. We know this area inside and out. We put in the work and fight for what's right so justice can prevail for you. That is what we're all about. We're on your side. We're Schweigert, Clemene, and McBride.
Hey, this broadcaster inadvertently closed the book on Thomas Newman. Coach Tim Ranum decides to roll out his senior right-hander for another inning of work. He's completed 5. As mentioned, 5 strikeouts, 4 walks, 4 hits, 3 runs, 1 earned, and he's thrown 98 pitches tonight, has Thomas Newman. He'll be facing Carter Pearson, Brady Wick, and Cooper Miller, 6, 7, 8 in the legacy order. And Newman hits the inside corner, strike 1. And now Thomas Newman, hey, he's got 4 RBIs, so all of a sudden he's helped himself and he's in a position to pick up a W here and be a huge one for Jamestown. That 12-win mark is perilous, just depending on what happens tomorrow with the other games in play in the WDA. As Pearson knocks one toward short, Colpin rocks and fires over to first. Gaynor has it, and Pearson retired 6-3, 1 down here in the 6th. Yeah, so depending on what happens tomorrow is, depending on the Century game and the Williston game, if Jamestown loses 2 here, that could push them all the way to 7th in a play-in game. A win, and we'll take some time to figure out exactly where that'll happen. Oh, nice pick over at third. Walters throws it, and Gaynor couldn't scoop it up on the tail end of that. Good pick by Walters. Low throw to first. Gaynor couldn't pick it from the other side, and Brady Wick reaches. Yeah, that's got to be an E. E5 as Brady Wick will reach. And you get Cooper Miller batting now, 0 for 2. And he hits a hot shot that gets past the third baseman again, and let's get your Ryan Family Dealership replay of that one. Cooper Miller, rips a base hit right through the hole. Got it past the third baseman, Walters, and Legacy, just like they did last game, has something brewing here. Reached on an error. Cooper Miller with a base hit. Now with 1 down. There's 2 on. This could do it. Oh, no. A 6-4-3 double play was in order, It skips away from Colpin. One run is in, and Legacy has tied it up. Oh, that's baseball, folks. You get a hot shot at Jackson Colpin, and he was getting ready to flip it over to Verke. That was a tailor-made 6-4-3 double play. It hit off the heel of his glove, and instead, Legacy takes a lead. There's a Ryan Family Dealership replay. Yep, Colpin had a chance. He was getting ready to flip that to second. Run scores, and now you get Juleson up there trying to bunt for a hit, and that gets by Gaynor. Legacy, what is going on here? Juleson, it's got to be an E3, right? Man, the leather has not cooperated here in the 6th for the Jamestown Blue Jays, and just like Legacy did last game, Jamestown took a lead in the bottom of the 5th. Legacy came right back and took the lead back, and that's going to be the day for Thomas Newman. Well, the Sabres have scored a couple here on just one hit. Have a couple runners still on, courtesy of the air, and we got a pitching change at Jack Brown. We'll tell you about the new arm out there, which is going to be Derek Hadlewick for the Jays here in the top of the 6th. New score from Jack Brown with one out here in the top of the 6th. Legacy 5, Jamestown 4 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. This is WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
And invested wisely. Whether it's paying for a child's education, taking the family trip you've dreamed of, giving back to the community, or funding a confident retirement, we can help you reach your goals. We are passionate about helping you make smart decisions about your spending and saving so you can feel confident about the future while enjoying life today. Together, we can design a personalized plan that takes into account your short and long-term needs and wants, but is flexible enough to adjust as your life changes.
As pages in a history book, a time gone by. But even in this modern world, there are new frontiers to conquer. Whether you're tending the land to grow a better tomorrow or growing a business for new opportunities, the work you do powers the world. Exploring the frontier means stepping forward, shaping the future for yourself and for those around you. First International Bank and Trust, helping you live first, one step at a time.
Well, now the book is officially closed on Thomas Newman. 5 1/3 innings pitched. Gives up 5 hits, 5 runs, just 1 earned. 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. And he turns it over to Derek Hadlewick. Derek inherits a couple runners on first and second. And he's facing Isaac Lewis. Those are a couple odd plays, those last two. The Harrison Johnson couple hopper to Colpin at short. And then the, I'll call it the swinging bunt for Juleson when he just tried to push a bunt towards Gaynor at first, and the Jays couldn't make either play. That's 3 errors in the inning on the Blue Jays. And Isaac Lewis stands in for the Sabres. And he couldn't hold up. Hadlewick pumps a high strike past him. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. 1 down here, top of the 6th. Legacy has snatched back the lead. Jamestown took the lead 4-3 in the bottom of the 5th. Legacy answers right back, just like they did in Game 1. Now they take off. Almost a hit and run. And Lewis down the right field line, and that is going to sail out of play. Derek Hadlewick making his, he started 5 games this year, 2-3 on the season. 21 2/3 innings pitched, giving up 20 runs, all earned. Got a 6.46 earned run average for Hadlewick. Got runners at first and second with 1 down. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery to Isaac Lewis, the senior. And he struck him out. Swing and a miss. And a big pitch there for Hadlewick. Out number 2 here in the 6th. Yeah, if you're the Jays, you got to keep this just a one-run game. You've kind of gift wrapped a few runs here for Legacy. If you can get through Ben Watson here and Drew Beasley and Riker Zietz, just those 2 runs in, if you're the Jays, you feel like you got a chance. Hadlewick will rock and fire, and right like that, it gets away. And the runners, Johnson will advance to third, Juleson to second. And now you get Ben Watson, a couple runners on the pond. Watson with 19 RBIs on the season. Hasn't had a hit tonight. He's walked 3 times, scored a couple runs, stolen bases, and Brad Nold said strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down here in the 6th. A Legacy with runners on second and third. And a swing and a miss for Watson. I don't think that was a foul, it just got away from Weber. Runners unable to advance. And another big moment here. Watson, a good stick. Been clutch for the Sabres, and he'll ask for time. And here's the 1-2. Curveball, and that gets away. And the wild pitch is going to allow Harrison Johnson to score an insurance run for the Sabres. Juleson to third, and, man, this is like deja vu. Jamestown takes a lead in the bottom of the 5th. Legacy answers in the top of the 6th, just like Game 1 when Jamestown plated 4 to take a 2-run lead before Legacy plates 5 in their half of the inning. Watson spoils that. 6-4, Legacy has grabbed the lead back with a 3 spot here in the top of the 6th. Hadlewick misses away with the heater. Watson takes that, and it's a full count. Payoff pitch with Juleson at third. Hadlewick delivers, and Watson way out in front of that. Spikes it towards the third base line. Almost bounded back in play. Oh, look at Eddie picking him up and putting him down. He's all the way out in left field. And Hadlewick misses low and away. Watson draws the walk. And the 6th inning continues for Drew Beasley. He'll be the 8th man to bat here for Legacy in the 6th. The lights have come on here at Jack Brown Stadium as we're just about approaching the 9 o'clock hour. And Drew Beasley with runners at the corners. Hadlewick hits the outside black, strike 1. Drew Beasley with a double and a run scored in this game. Beasley walked a couple times in the first game. Hadlewick looking to get out of the 6th. He misses up and away. 6 runs on 6 hits and 2 errors for Legacy. 4 runs, 2 hits, and those 4 big errors for the Jays have haunted them here. As there goes the runner taking off for second. No throw. Ben Watson has swiped a bag. And you got runners in scoring position now. Juleson at third. Watson at second. Lots of speed on the base pass for Legacy. Drew Beasley slapped a double to left field in his first trip tonight in the nightcap. And he takes strike 2 at the knees on the inside corner. Makes it 2-2. And a fly ball. Calling for is the shortstop, Jackson Colpin, and he looks it in, and Beasley is retired F6. But the Sabres send 8 men to the plate, and they plate 3 in a response for the 2 that the Jays scored in the bottom of the 5th. Legacy will score 3 runs on just a single hit, and they leave 2, and it was the Jays' errors that were the story in the top of the 6th. 5.5 complete from Jack Brown. Legacy on top, 6-4 on your BNC Bank scoreboard. This is WDA Baseball.
Your bank had your back or would go the extra mile to give you the service and attention you need. Partnering with the right community bank can make all the difference. We like to think of a community bank as one that supports its local community. You need to know that whatever your financial future holds, your bank will be there to provide practical support. As a community bank, BNC National Bank will be there for whatever you need in the long haul. Reach out to our team today to learn more about how we're able to help you succeed. Member FDIC.
Financial plan, or planning for farm or business succession. Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Legacy plates 3 in their half of the 6th, and now what can the Jays do in the bottom half of the frame? Riker Zeitz met with a ground ball to short. Jackson Colpin hit it hard, but Harrison Johnson swallows it up, throws it over to Wick. And on one pitch, Colpin has retired 6-3. 1 down here in the 6th. Riker Zeitz came on to get the final out in the bottom of the 5th. Came in for Cole Wick, and he pumps a strike in there to Bennett Gaynor. Gaynor caught the first game. Yeah, he's playing first in the second game. Yeah. And the doubleheader now, if you're keeping track, the Jays have 8 hits, and they also have 8 errors. That is not a good mathematical equation there if you're trying to win baseball games and get into a logjam atop the WDA. As Bennett Gaynor at the plate, spits one foul there towards the Legacy dugout. Riker Zeitz is coming in here and just pumping fastballs toward these Jays hitters. Gaynor takes that one low. And that one's fouled away. Bennett 0 for 2 this game. Had the big hit, of course, in the 5th inning of Game 1 that gave Jamestown the lead. 2 RBI base hits. Part of his 2 for 3 effort in that contest. And Gaynor is retired. Yeah, soft line drive to the shortstop. Harrison Johnson there. Say L6. 2 down for Brenner Weber. And he takes ball 1. And now everybody's spread out in the grandstand. They're all huddled like cattle in the corner earlier when they were all looking for the shade. It's cooled off nicely now. Much more comfortable evening. Riker Zeitz, foul tipped, back by Weber, strike 2. Zeitz looking to set the Jays down in order here in the bottom of the 6th. And, it's off of Juleson. And that's going to go to the wall. Juleson up with it, and Weber will cruise into second. I think that's got to be a single and an error probably. Yeah. Let's get your Ryan Family Dealership replay. was hit hard by Weber. He lines it into right field. And then Juleson, I don't think he was going to ever catch it, so he just misplayed it. It skips to the wall. Base hit in an air. And Riker Zietz has to face another batter. It's Ethan Otley, designated hitter. Otley 0 for 2 this game and 0 for 3 in the opener, looking for his first hit of the doubleheader. And he has to skip away from that one. I get a pinch runner out there for the Jays. Brandon Kaler. And here's the 2-ball, no-strike delivery. Otley foul, and Wick has a look. Of course, the Sabres, most of them got that hair dyed, at least a good chunk of them. They look like Grand Forks hockey teams as they get ready for state hockey. It's not even the state tournament, and they had these babies busted up and dyed up. A few of the guys that had prom dates didn't do it. As Riker Zietz misses outside. It's now 3-1 to Otley. Hitters count. Base hit can score a run. And he takes it up and in. And Otley will draw a 2-out walk. Back-to-back guys on. Weber hits in an air. Otley reaches on the base on balls, and it brings up Braxton Perkins. He walked and scored his last at bat. And Riker Zietz in his second inning of work, looking to close the door here on the 6th. And you get a runner out there, another runner out there for the Jays. You get the battery out there as you get Braden Heminger. Kaler at second, Heminger at first. And I got the tying runners on base for Braxton Perkins. He's got a walk in 2 trips. And Perkins had a walk in 3 trips, 0 for 2 in the opener. And we got a balk. Well, they would have had Kaler picked off a second, but Riker Dietz did something. I don't know if he twitched or had made a movement towards home and then went to second, but nonetheless, the balk will give everybody a free 90 feet. And now a base hit will officially tie it as Perkins takes a curveball up high. Bottom of the 6th. You never want to know if this is the game, but this could be the game right here. Jay's got a chance, and that's down low. Good block there by Wick. Riker Zietz got the final out of the 5th and had 2 quick outs here in the 6th, and now 2 runners in scoring position. And a swing and a foul back. And at bat is number 2 with 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the 6th. And another foul there by Perkins. Here comes the 2-2 from Zietz. He misses down and away. And a payoff pitch coming with Edison Walters lurking on deck. Here's the 3-2, and that is low. And the inning continues for the Jays. Now they have the go-ahead run on base. And you will get a mound visit here by the Legacy Sabres. Mound visit brought to you by ServPro. 24/7 emergency service, trained technicians, advanced technology, fire and water cleanup and restoration. It's ServPro. Bottom of the 6th, labor's on. The Jays have a chance. They've got them loaded with 2 down here, trailing by 2. And we'll be back with more of the bottom of the 6th after this break on the PSP Network.
There's pages in a history book, a time gone by. But even in this modern world, there are new frontiers to conquer. Whether you're tending the land to grow a better tomorrow or growing a business for new opportunities, the work you do powers the world. Exploring the frontier means stepping forward, shaping the future for yourself and for those around you. First International Bank and Trust, helping you live first.
That was a quick mound visit there for Eddie Streeter. Riker Zietz, first pitch to Walters, down low. Edison Walters batting .333 on the season, takes strike one. Got 14 hits, 42 at-bats. Singled in 2 trips in this game. This could be a big moment here for the Jays. Walters with a big swing and a miss. And now Riker Zietz a strike away from getting out of it. The Jays a knock away from taking and getting this game tied up. And Walters will spray one towards first, and a nice play. Wick flashes some leather over at first, and Walters is retired, 3 unassisted, and the Jays go down, but they make some noise, but they can't plate them. No runs on 1 hit, and the Jays leave them loaded. We head to the 7th. Score remains 6-4 in favor of the Legacy Sabres. Top of the 7th comes up next here on the PSP Network.
Ackerman Estvold is here with the latest tools and innovations to design smart. Our team of architects and engineers carefully plan every step of construction, making it possible to build bold. And most importantly, we know how valuable it is to give back, ensuring our communities continue to thrive for generations to come. That's Ackerman Estvold.
There's as pages in a history book, a time gone by. But even in this modern world, there are new frontiers to conquer. Whether you're tending the land to grow a better tomorrow or growing a business for new opportunities, the work you do powers the world. Exploring the frontier means stepping forward, shaping the future for yourself and for those around you. First International Bank and Trust, helping you live first, one step at a time.
Legacy an inning away from clinching at least a share of the WDA regular season title. Got things to settle yet tomorrow across the conference. 4 teams log jammed at 13-5 coming into today's contest. And Legacy will send up Riker Zietz. Hadelwick out there for another inning of work for the Jays. 6 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors on the Legacy Sabres. 4 runs, 3 hits, 4 errors for the Jays. Hadelwick nips the inside black, strike 1. Riker Zietz, 2 walks and a ground out. After he had a 2-for-4 game in the opening game, so a 400 hitter is 2-for-5 on the night. And Zietz will belt one. Oh, nice play. Cameron Joseph. Looked like that might sail over his head for a second in right field, but he put up the lather, flagged it down, and there's one down here in the 7th. And it brings up Carter Pearson. Pearson with a couple ground outs to the shortstop, sandwiched with a strikeout. Pearson with a base hit in 4 trips in the opener. And that's down low from Hadelwick. Reminder, we got softball action tomorrow. Century and Minot. And baseball action on Thursday here on the PSP Network, Minot and Minot North. Stay tuned for announcements of our schedule next week. Looks like we'll probably have at least one, maybe two WDA play-in games. Both the Bismarck teams are involved in them, Century and Bismarck High. Bismarck High for sure is going to be in one, so we'll have that. And we'll likely have Century if they don't pick up a W against Minot tomorrow. Century would be the number 7 seed, so they've been a play-in game as well. If they have a doubleheader at the Muni or something like that, we'll have a double dip for you on the PSP Network. As Beasley takes a strike. Or check that. Pearson takes a strike. Hanawick had fell behind, 3 balls, no strikes. And now it's 3-1. And a base hit. Towards right, but Joseph with a nice play in right field. That was a shot by Carter Pearson. Good aluminum on that, but Joseph made a nifty play in front of the ivy to keep that just a single base. Pearson will get pinch ran for it. It'll be Ethan Erlacher. Or no, excuse me, Tavian Hawk, I beg your pardon. There you get a look at Tavian at first. And you get one down here in the 7th. And a good stop there by Weber. Hanawick down in the dirt. Can't underestimate how good a play that was by Mason Joseph in right field for the Jays to just keep that a single for Carter Pearson. And you get Brady Wick batting now for Legacy. Scored and reached on an error last inning for Legacy. And that one's low. Hanawick has fallen behind. 2 balls, no strikes. Well, I saw Gavin Bryce going to the bullpen a moment ago for Legacy. I wonder if they're going to bring him out for the 7th, or maybe he's just getting a bullpen session. He's been a guy that has been working his way back. Pitched a lot for Legacy last year, went 7-0, started the state championship game for the Sabres, lost that. His only loss of the season to Fargo Shanley. So when Legacy gets him back, he's a horse. He's only pitched a couple innings this season. Made his first appearance a couple games ago and pitched 2 innings, gave up 3 hits and 3 runs. So shaking the rust off is Gavin Bryce. Pitched for the Governors last summer, had a nice summer. And Hanawick against Wick is now a full count. And here's the payoff pitch. Strike 3. Ring 'em up. Hanawick sets down Wick. Get your Ryan Family Dealership replay of that one. As you talk about painting the black. Right there it was on the outside corner at the knees. Nice pitch. Thanks to Ryan Family Dealership for bringing you those instant replays. Again, there's your runner at first. And that ball is lashed into left field. Charging in is the left fielder. He makes the call, and he has it. Braxton Perkins puts it away. Cooper Miller retired on 1 pitch, and the 7th inning, the top of the 7th, is done. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left on base for Legacy, and we'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Will it be a Sabre sweep, or can the Jays mount a comeback here in the last half of the 7th? 6-4 after 6.5 complete from Jack Brown.
Right in front of you, see? The slicer, the meat and cheese. It has a rhythm.
This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of the slice. This is the rhythm of the slice. The slice. Oh, yeah.
Order for Danny?
Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Relax? Spas Etc., Bismarck's #1 hot tub and sauna dealer, brings luxury and wellness straight to your home. Discover top brands, Sundance hot tubs, and Michael Phelps swim spas that deliver not just relaxation, but real therapeutic benefits. Right now, save up to $5,000 or enjoy up to 72 months interest-free financing. Visit us today at 1420 East Main Avenue in Bismarck and experience the best deals for yourself.
All right, here we go to the bottom of the 7th. Well, here's the program for the Jays. You need Mason Joseph to get on. You get the 9-man Joseph to get on. You get Cale Verke to get on. You get Thomas Newman up. He's already got 4 RBIs. He's knocked in all 4 runs for the Jays. He'll hit a 3-run bomb, and the Jays will walk it off 7-6. You heard it here first. Joseph takes strike 1. And a fly ball into right field, and new life for Joseph, as it was a tough play because the fence was looming. But Juleson, I think if you ask him, he'd say I should have had that one. But the wind, the lighting, the fence, and a tough running play, it falls harmlessly in right field. Foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes now to the 9-man Mason Joseph. Hit by a pitch and struck out in his 2 trips. And he swings and misses. So much for my Nostradamus theory of Joseph getting on, Verke getting on, and Newman hitting a 3-run homer to win the game. But, hey, it's still in order here as Verke, the leadoff man, got on an air in the 3rd inning and scored and has struck out twice. Facing Riker Zietz, who's came in and one of the guys here that you got to be looking at MVP of the contest has got to be Riker Zietz. He's come in and shut down the Jays. 1 and 2/3 innings pitched, given up a couple of hits, walked 2, struck out 1. And a swing and a miss. Tied up Verke there. And Zietz ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the leadoff man, Verke. And a foul ball. Again, Juleson giving a look, but that is out of play. Down the right field line. Stay tuned after the game. We'll have our planning team financial advisors, Shots Crossroads postgame show. Planning team financial advisors helping clients work towards financial freedom, and Shots Crossroads. Get filled up on their delicious menu that includes the famous 99. Order online at shotscrossroads.com. Zietz misses low and away, levels the count at 2-2. And the 2-2 to Verke. He checks, and that is down. Well, the Jays got to get somebody on. Base hit ball 4 right here for Verke. And ball 4. Well, Verke sets the table now for Newman and Kolpen. Been a good doubleheader for Thomas Newman. Scored a couple runs in the first game. Was just 0 for 2. And is 2 for 3 in the second contest. And he's got all 4 RBIs for the Jays. And he takes up and in. Kolpen with Verke at first. Another one up and in to the letters. And now you got a hitter's count here brewing. And I know you need runners, but I like my chances here with Newman getting a fastball here from Zietz. He's probably sitting dead red right here. And he takes ball 3. Yeah. Now, I don't know. I still like the idea of letting him swing away, but he's probably taking here 3-0 with your leading hitter on deck in Jackson Kolpen. Quick throw to first. Back safely was Verke. And ball 4. Thomas Newman, as they were being extra cautious with him, has drawn a 1-out walk. Back-to-back walks, and the Sabres will converge. And we can tell you today's mound visit brought to you by Ryan Family Dealership, trusted name for car buyers in western North Dakota. Shop their entire inventory at driveryan.com. Visit one of their 5 locations in Minot and Williston. That was a quick mound visit just to get Riker Zietz in order as, Jackson Colpin is due. He's 0 for 3 this game, and Colpin went 0 for 3 in the opener. And he's a kid that's leading the team in batting average at .419. And he takes ball 1. All of a sudden, Zietz having a hard time finding the plate. You got a developing situation here in the bottom of the 7th. Tying runners are on. Colpin takes inside and it squirts away. Here we go. Well, Verke's run doesn't mean much at third, but Thomas Newman's run, and he's a guy that's fast, so any kind of seeing eye single or a hit is probably going to tie this game up. With Jackson Colpin now ahead in the count. 2 balls, no strikes. And Riker Zietz bounces one into Wick. Well, now you start looking at who's next. You got Bennett Gaynor, the cleanup man, on deck. I wonder how careful are you here with Colpin? He was taken all the way. He takes strike 1. 3 balls, 1 strike. Newman getting a good secondary lead at second. And the pitch is down and away. Back-to-back-to-back walks. And the door is definitely ajar now for the Legacy Sabres as they've walked 3, and you're going to get a visit out here from Eddie Streeter. That visit to the mound brought to you tonight by Magic Towing. You blow it, they'll tow it. Magic Towing serving western North Dakota. If you mention the PSP network, next time you need a tow, you'll save $50. Call them now at 701-509-4011. Magic Towing. Proud sponsor of the PSP network. Well, there's your look at the visit on the mound. Is stay attitude adjustment maybe some words of encouragement there for Riker Zietz. He's just walked back-to-back-to-back guys, and the Sabres are going to leave him in there. And they're going to live and die with the right arm of Zietz. And it brings up Bennett Gaynor. Bags packed full of Jays. 1 down here in the 7th. Legacy looking for a ground ball double play. Jays looking to have a gapper and walk off the Sabres. Got good speed on the base pass. Newman can fly at second. Colpin can pick him up and put him down at first. The runner at third, Verke, his run really doesn't even matter. As Gaynor takes strike 1. Zietz delivers. Strike 2. Gaynor with a look back. And now quickly in a hole. Gaynor's got to put something in play here. Infield back at double play depth. And that one is low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The plot thickens here in the 7th. Sabres looking for the sweep. Here's the pitch. And that is down and in. Gaynor has worked it back to a 2 ball, 2 strike count. Of course, Gaynor the junior. I beg your pardon, the sophomore. And he works a full count. Nowhere to put him. And here's the payoff pitch. Strike 3. Strike 3 called. Gaynor goes down looking. Ryan Family Dealership replay. Yeah, looked like a good pitch. Well, now Weber takes strike one. Brenner Weber. Can he be the man of the hour? Or is Riker Zietz going to close the door? And there is a shot towards first, and it rings off the first baseman. It rattles in the right field. One run is in. Newman will score. And the Jays have tied it up. A tough hop at first. Ate up the first baseman. And Weber hit it hard. That'll plate Verke. That'll plate Newman. Kolpen advances to third. Weber will reach via the air. I'll get you a Ryan Family Dealership replay. There's a hot shot towards first, and Wick couldn't come up with it, and that'll plate two. And now the Jays have tied it up, and you're going to get a pinch hitter up there, Cody Bush. And he waves and misses. Cody Bush pinch hitting for Ethan Otley. Runners at the corners for the Jays. 2 down here in the 7th. Fastball inside. Well, if Legacy closes the door, we'll have extra frames tonight from Jack Brown Stadium. Jays are going to run to second. There'll be indifference there. Is going to be the defensive indifference as Brennan Kaler takes second. Takes the force away. And now a 1-ball, 2-strike delivery. And a shot up the middle. And that is going to be a base hit. And the Jamestown Blue Jays have walked off the Legacy Sabres. Cody Bush with a base knock and an RBI. How about that? Your final score, just as Nostradamus predicted, 7-6. The Blue Jays win it. And here's a Ryan Family Dealership replay. Cody Bush pinch hitting in the bottom of the 7th. And those 3 walks come back to haunt Riker Zietz. That's popped up the middle. How about that? That's how you end the game in style. And the Jamestown Blue Jays, team shake hands, will walk off the Legacy Sabres. 7-6 is your final. And we'll put a bow on this one as our planning team financial advisors. Shots Crossroads postgame show comes up next. 7-6, Jays on top, and the Jays and the Sabres split this doubleheader.
The nuances of cutting men's hair. Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany?
Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with a hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7, pressure, poise, yeah.
It takes expertise to be a sport clip stylist.
Here?
That's the spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA Civic. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors, LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors, LLC, and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This presentation on the PSP Network is proudly brought to you by
Make sure to like and follow the PSP Network on all social media platforms and hit that subscribe button on YouTube. PSP Network. It's game day.
At Shots Crossroads, we make 8 gallons of homemade ranch dressing every day. So you can smother your dinner salad with it, dip those crispy golden french fries in it, and dunk your breaded chicken strips. You can even cover your... Wait, no. You can't put ranch on steak. Or can you? Shots Crossroads. Don't forget the ranch.
That was fun. The team split tonight. Legacy wins the opener 8-5. Jamestown walks off the Sabres in Game 2, 7-6 the final, as we welcome you to our Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads postgame show. Shots Crossroads, your postgame headquarters. You can order online at shotscrossroads.com. And Planning Team Financial Advisors, helping clients work towards financial freedom. Let's just jump right in and show you the standings. These have not been updated, but Legacy is now going to be 14-6, and the Jamestown Blue Jays will be 13-7. So that sets up the action tomorrow in the WDA. You got Minot and Century playing. You got Dickinson and Mandan playing. Of course, Legacy and Jamestown just split this doubleheader. Legacy has St. Mary's. Century, as mentioned, takes on the Minot Magicians. Bismarck High plays Minot North, and Watford City has a non-conference game. So there's your action tomorrow. On the network, we'll have softball tomorrow, as we'll have Century and Minot in softball action. All right, fans, a couple things to take care of here. First, the numbers is what a game. Legacy finishes with 6 runs on 7 hits and 4 errors. Jamestown with 7 runs and 4 hits and 4 errors. And, what a contest. As here's your pitching matchup today. Cole Wick is going to pick up a no decision today. He pitches 4 2/3, gives up 4 runs, none earned, strikes out 6 and walks 1. Riker Zietz is going to get hung with the loss. He pitches 2 innings, 2 runs, none earned. He walks 5, and he's 3 walks in back-to-back-to-back fashion in the 7th inning. Set the stage for the Jays' comeback as Zietz strikes out 2. For the Jamestown Blue Jays, they get 5 1/3 innings pitched tonight from Thomas Newman. He gives up 5 hits, 6 runs, 1 earned, and he walks 4 and strikes out 5 as he threw 105 pitches tonight, Thomas Newman did. Derek Hadlewick will get the win as he comes in and pitches an inning and 2/3, doesn't give up a run, and he walks 1 and strikes out 2 as he closed the door for the Jays and allowed them to come back and win this one 7-6. All right, let's run a Ryan Family Dealership instant replay package here for you, and we'll talk about some of these plays. As you had some monster efforts in the contest tonight as Legacy, they scratched home a couple runs. You get an RBI from Brady Wick. You get Juleson with a couple hits. Lewis did his thing again. Beasley, that doesn't look like Ryan Family Dealership replays. Oh, yeah, I guess that was. Well, the team shaking hands. Okay, let's try that again. How about that? As operator error. Wrong button. And the Jamestown Blue Jays, man. Verke got on base a couple times, scored a couple runs. We'll talk about Thomas Newman's night in a second. Jackson Colpin scores a run. You get Weber with the big hits. Cody Bush with the play of the night as he comes up with a pinch hit, base hits. And, the bottom of the order did their thing. You get Newman and Hadlewick pitching tonight, and a huge comeback for the Jays. There's an outside chance they would have been in the play-in game, but not anymore. They're guaranteed to be a seed now, and they'll advance into the WDA tournament. All right, fans, a couple things to do here as we wrap up our Planning Team Financial Advisors Shots Crossroads postgame. First up, it's your move, or let's go to the MVP first. Brought to you by Sport Clips. You can check in online with a hairstylist today at sportclips.com. As, man, you pitch 5 1/3, you have a couple hits, you drive in 4 runs, and Thomas Newman is your Sport Clips MVP of the contest. Here was the big hit that got the Jays on the board in the 3rd inning as he took that Cole Wick offering and belted it to the wall. 2 runs scored, and that was the first 2 RBIs on the night for Thomas Newman, and he is your Sport Clips MVP of the contest tonight. Check in online with the hairstylist today at sportclips.com. All right, fans, there's the remaining schedule this week for the PSP Network. Softball tomorrow, Century and Minot High. Baseball on Thursday, Minot High and Minot North. We'll have play-in baseball next week on the PSP Network. We'll for sure have the Bismarck High game. They'll be the 8 seed hosting the 9 seed. And then depending on what happens tomorrow, you could have a doubleheader in the capital city and play-in baseball as you have to continue to follow PSP on our social media platforms of Facebook, X, and Twitter, as we'll continue to keep you updated on the happenings in the WDA play-in, and we'll be covering the WDA baseball tournament from Williston next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. All right, fans, last thing for us, it's our Move of the Game brought to you by Spas, etc. They've been doing it for nearly 25 years in the capital city. Spas, hot tubs, tanning beds, sales, installation, billiard tables, gazebos, and more. And your Spas, etc. Move of the Game, none other than, how about Cody Bush? He comes in as the sophomore and has a game-winning pinch hit to win the contest and walk off the Legacy Sabres. Here's your Spas, etc. Move of the game. Riker Zietz, 2 outs in the 7th, and a base knock to center field, and that does it. How about that? A game winner and a walk-off as your Spas, etc. Move of the game. And congratulations to the Jays and to the sophomore Cody Bush. All right, fans, that was fun. You get a split tonight here on the PSP Network. Got more action coming up later this week. And great job by the team. Thanks to Nick Holberg, Owen Patterson for getting us set up today. Todd Domery is repeating your final scores. And a thanks to all of our sponsors. First, Planning Team Financial Advisors, Shots Crossroads for our postgame. Sport Clips brings you the player of the game, Spas, etc., the move of the game. All of our in-game sponsors, including BNC National Bank, and all the rest of them that make these broadcasts possible. Couldn't do without them. Todd Domery is repeating your final scores. It's a split tonight as the Legacy Sabres win Game 1 8-5 in comeback fashion, and the Jays take the nightcap 7-6 on a walk-off from Cody Bush. That'll do it from Jack Brown Stadium tonight. So long, everybody, from the Buffalo City. This has been WDA Baseball on the PSP Network.
Nuances of cutting men's hair.
Less pomp, more adore, huh, Brittany? Square face, wavy hair.
Mid-fade with a textured top. Finish it off with the hard part and taper that neckline, coach.
Cowlick, what's the move? It's not just all about hard work here.
Hit all. 7. Pressure. Points. Yeah.
It takes expertise to be a Sport Clip stylist.
Here.
That's a spot. Right there, huh?
Sport Clips, the pros in men's hair.
Whether you're looking for a full-service financial plan or planning for farm or business succession, Planning Team Financial Advisors is here to help you work toward achieving your financial goals. With locations in Bismarck, Garrison, and Center, our full-service team of professionals are dedicated to helping you work towards achieving your financial goals. Visit us online, planningteam.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisory services offered through New Edge Advisors LLC, a registered investment advisor. New Edge Advisors LLC and Planning Team Financial Advisors are separate entities from